Can we get a big round of applause, please? I would now start the keynote address session. At the very onset, may I have the privilege of inviting our first keynote speaker, Dr. Nimit Chaudhary, to present his speech on the topic of educational life projects for promotion of rural tourism. He has an MBA and PhD in management. He's one of the senior most professor of tourism and hospitality in the country, with more than 29 years of postgraduate teaching and research experience in various prestigious institutions all over the world, including Mizoram University, IITTM, ITSM Mexico, Shaoxing University, China, the University of Gotland, Sweden. He has received many awards and accolades in and outside of India in recognition of his academic contributions. Presently, he's in the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Jamia Millia Islamia, New Delhi. I now request Dr. Chaudhary to please deliver the keynote address.
Hello. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Good morning. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to place on record my appreciation for Sharda ji for getting me here, which in turn allows me this opportunity to be talking to all of you. I must also take this opportunity to congratulate IHM Bhubaneswar, led by Sharda ji. You're celebrating your 50 glorious years, and I'm so very happy to be part of the celebration, which also allows me an opportunity to be meeting a lot of my friends from tourism and hospitality teaching fraternity. We live in same cities. We cross each other, but we seldom get opportunity to sit back and talk. But here we got this opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, conferences like this are an opportunity for all of us so that we sit there, listen to other speakers, and in fact reflect on what the others say. And it's not only the sessions which are important, it is our interaction or the sidelines of these events which are also important. So when you go back or when you're chit-chatting during the tea time, you talk to people. And since this is a conference on rural tourism and accommodation sector, I understand and appreciate that 15 minutes that I've been allowed, I need to be talking more about teaching, pedagogy, and what is going to make teaching and learning more effective, more so with reference to rural tourism. But then I thought that I'll steal a few minutes to be talking about rural tourism because I'd been listening to a lot of good speakers the other day. I also realized that there are certain hiccups, there are certain challenges that we as academics are facing in universities and institutions like IHMs and IITTMs. So I thought I'll just try my bit to put my thoughts in place, share with you what I understand, and I mean, just a chance that at Jamia Millia Islamia that I come from, that I represent, we have committed ourselves to talking more about rural tourism. And in fact, yesterday I got up at 3 in the morning because I had to catch a flight. I had to take this flight to Bhubaneswar, and then I was finalizing the synopsis of one of my PhD students. And the synopsis is about what happens to rural tourism when rural tourism gets commodified. So those are the kinds of issues that we are handling and the issues that we are addressing. And I just wanted to have a feedback from my audience, like how good are we at Hindi? सबको हिंदी समझ में आता है? थोड़ा थोड़ा हिंदी चलेगा ना? Right. So just as a remark, as an opening remark, what I'd like to bring to table is that just think back and just think that of all the time that we humans have existed on this planet, जब से हम इस planet पे आए हैं, इस धरती पे आए हैं, 99.9% of the time we have lived in sync with the nature. हम nature के साथ रहे हैं, in sync with nature, in accordance with what nature wanted us. It's just the last 0.1% of the time of our existence on this planet that we have supposedly earned this might to defy the nature. When I say we have earned this might, we are sitting in a room like this, which is built of concrete, cement, iron and whatnot, and we can defy what is happening in the nature outside this room. And this is really a proud moment for all of us as humans, this level of achievement, but then it backfires also. There is a school of thought, ऐसा बहुत सारे लोगों का सोचना है कि because of this disconnect, this divorce from the nature, there's a lot of pressure on our minds. Because naturally we are not built to exist like this, we are actually built to exist with nature. And as humans, we were struggling with this thought, with this idea that why are we feeling all kinds of pressures and tensions and depressions and all those things. And then COVID happened. COVID worked as a catalyst. It actually sped up the rate of our understanding of this whole situation because we were under confinement. So because we are confined in these concrete buildings, because we are cut off from the nature outside, we realized that how desperately we need this nature. We need to go back to nature, we need to keep going back to nature, connect with nature in whatever ways that are possible. Even when you bring around all these flowers in the rooms, or when you talk about designing your hotels, we are now talking more in terms of having biophilic designs of our accommodation and our infrastructure. So we are actually trying to connect back with nature. What we saw, I come from Delhi, a lot of tourism and travel activity in Delhi. So what we saw in Delhi was that people from Delhi who are essentially professionals, who are people in a very, very urban setup, every weekend they're looking forward to running to hill stations, to places which are closer to nature. So humans' lust or wish to connect with nature has come up, has bounced back. And this is reflected in Ministry of Tourism, Government of India's policy when they've set up a central nodal agency for rural tourism. So the second attempt with the Government of India that they're trying to push rural tourism, and look, here we have a conference which talks about rural tourism. But please understand the spirit of this whole idea that it is primarily based on human beings' intention to connect with nature. And why I say this is because whenever we are trying to design any kind of touristic experiences for our visitors, for our guests, we need to keep all this in mind. So when you're designing accommodations, when designing tour programs, when you're designing experiences, it's actually trying to highlight the connect between nature and humans. So that is one thing that I thought I'll start with it. And then I have three important anecdotes or stories, or three simple points that I wish to make during next, say, 10 minutes that I have at hand. And again, I'll start with a real story, because this is one of the challenges that most of my friends, especially the academics, face when we are dealing with the students at the policy level, Government of India, has come up with new education policy and everybody is questioning or is actually not really well trained or is not really does not receive this policy very they're not very comfortable with the policy, how to go about with this policy. So this incident happened. Here at IHM, we understand this whole scheme of Hunar Se Rozgar. So ministry, friends in the ministry approached us at Jamia Millia Islamia to conduct a few Hunar Se Rozgar programs. And in fact, I approached them that how can Jamia connect with ministry for this program, and Pant Sahab came to allow us that opportunity. But what happened was that I was one day I got stuck in the traffic, got lost in the neighborhood around the university, and as I drove through this neighborhood, I realized that there's a lot of youngsters who are actually doing nothing, boys more so. So they're doing nothing, they're just standing idle on the streets, having fun time, having a good time, and actually bothering a lot of people and passerbys. So next day I happened to go to ministry. I went to the ministry, I was like discussing this, and then they came up with this idea. They said, why don't you do this Hunar Se Rozgar program? So we Pant Sahab helped us, and so we organized this Hunar Se Rozgar program, and there were 30 participants in this program. The moment we announced this program, there was a maddening rush in the university because ministry pays for everything. There's no fees for the program. In fact, a small stipend is also offered to the students, to the participants. And then the whole idea of the program is that we must also look to place these students, at least 80% of them. So with this kind of a challenge, a lot of parents in the neighborhood and people who are worried about their wards, they came to the university. So there was like they were trying to gate crash, and they were like sifarish and other things कि भाई इस बच्चे को ले लीजिए इस program में. So with that kind of a background, parents coming, people influencing us for admissions, we started this first program. 31 students, if I remember correctly, participated, and then we invited one of the big hotels in the vicinity to look at these students who were trained and pick them up. And you know what? They picked 27 of them out of the batch of 31. But the sad part of the story, or the anti-climax of the story, was that within 7 days, 21 out of these 27 students came out of these jobs. They were 10th dropout, or at best a 12th class dropout. So they had no formal qualification. They were trained at a university which today is India's number 3rd ranked university. Hotels came in, so the employer comes in, picks them up, and they're selected for a job, a good job, a decent job, and 21 out of these 27 students drop out. So which came to us as a shock, and we started investigating into what happened. Is it something that has happened only with our batch, our students, or is it something that we have been overlooking as teachers, as a generation which is ahead of your generation? And then interestingly, there was a lot of research that had already gone into issues like this. And this is what we academics need to understand, and even youngsters like you need to read this. If at all you are bothered about your futures, about what is happening, there's a lot of pressure on young boys and girls about their careers, the seriousness about their careers. A course of study which sometimes doesn't attract them. So what does this research says? There's a lot of research, believe me, and this research says that for your generation, for this generation, it is expected that people are going to change on average around 17 to 18 jobs in a career span of around 30 to 35 years. So 35 years that you're going to work this point onwards, approximately 17, 18, 19 jobs is what you're going to do. So you're going to keep on changing jobs. The other part of the research is that you are going to, your generation is likely to switch vocations at least 7 times. So 7 times in 35 years means that you are going to be a hotelier, say for example, for around 5 years, 6 years. Now this is the challenge. So for a job, for a vocation, for a profession that's going to last only 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, our generation was different. So if I become a banker, I'm a banker for life. If I'm an engineer, I'm an engineer for life. If I'm with some profession, I'm with that profession for life. I don't know any other thing. But your generation is very, very different. So if you're going to be in a vocation for only 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, you're not going to commit 5 years, 4 years of your life only reading and learning and acquiring a qualification there. So 4-year IHM degrees are 3 years, but universities and AICT, we have 4-year programs. My university has a 4-year BHM program. So a 4-year degree for a 5-year career doesn't make any sense. So what happens? What is the takeaway from this? The takeaway is that we need to have smaller shots of learning rather than these big degrees. So this is what actually NEP addresses, creating a modular, flexible system, which we say in our terms is a cafeteria approach. A student, a learner has the opportunity to go and pick whatever skills they want to learn. Not only so, you come to an institution, learn, take a degree, take a training, 6 months, 1 year, go back to the society, try out the skill that you have actually acquired, and then read for yourself, feel for yourself whether you want to continue in that vocation or not. If you want to come back to school, acquire a higher specialization, go back. If you want to shift from being a restaurateur to a blogger, so go back to the school, learn some blogging, go back, enjoy that for another 5 years, 6 years, 7 years, go back to the school, complete an MBA program, become a banker. So that is what is going to happen from, this is what is expected to happen from this point onwards. So this is one thing that both us, the deliverers of teaching and learning, need to learn, and you as receivers need to learn. The second point that I wanted to make, and a quicker point, more so for teachers, more so for my friends in academia, is that the entire paradigm of learning is undergone a change. We were all trained and we still push learning onto the students. So we have a syllabus system. I know a few things. I have practiced this all through my life, and this is what I want my students to learn. And then I come to the class, the students are not really very interested in what I'm teaching, and then the simplest thing I do is I declare that this set of student is a nalaik set of student. ये सब नालायक है, इनको नहीं पढ़ाई करना है, भगवान जाने इनका क्या होगा, इनका फ्यूचर खराब है, and all that stuff. But this is actually, consoling myself. I come back and say, भाई आजकल के बच्चे पढ़ना नहीं चाहते, and that's the end of the story. We need to understand that this entire paradigm of push learning has undergone a change, and today we have this pull kind of a learning. The learner there is going to pull whatever he or she feels is important for us. And the simplest example is, say something goes wrong with my mobile phone, what do? The simplest thing that I do is I log on to YouTube, try to see what is available there and fix the problem with my phone. So there's a lot of content there, but I pull whatever I require, right? So if I'm invited for an event like this, what I'll do, I'll go to internet, I'll pull, I'll learn a few things, mix it with my experience and with my understanding of the things, and then come up with something new. So it's a pull paradigm, and this is what we need to understand, and that is precisely what the theme that was chosen for me, that project-based learning and whatever it was, experiential learning. So this is what we're saying, and I remember one of the speakers yesterday also mentioned this, that the best way to learn is to devise a strategy for the learners to design their own learning. They need to pull, and institutions like ours need to be facilitators that, look, this is the set. Again, the challenge is you have a lot of information. It's plethora of information, so there need to be someone to guide the students in the classroom that look, these are the sources of learning, this is what you need to learn. So just directing them about what to learn, how to learn, and then they're going to do rest of the job themselves. The third thing and the last thing that last point that I wanted to make was, because this question comes back to me every time, and during COVID especially, all of us realize, especially those who are heading or who are responsible with admissions in an institution, that because tourism and hospitality was one of the industry which was hurt badly during COVID, people believed that there are not going to be more jobs in this industry, and therefore our admissions touched the rock bottom. So everyone was concerned about teaching and academics in tourism and hospitality, and therefore this question came back to us, that was the future of tourism and hospitality. And then, again we deliberated, thought about it, debated, discussed, look at what is happening around in the world. And then we realized that we need to change our mindset in this case also. The entire discussion on tourism and hospitality education is about training of people who can go to industry and serve. So it's the supply side of the equation that we are concerned with. Please understand, education is about both the ends of the equation. It's also about the demand side. So I am a consumer, I am a tourist or a traveler who, say, for example, has saved some money for last 3 years, 4 years, because I want to have a small tour to Europe. I have 5 days or a 6-day visit to Europe. So how do I make best use of my trip to Europe is what I want to do. How do I make most of this opportunity that's coming my way? So I need to learn to be a good traveler as well. So I don't go to the school to be a travel operator or a travel agent. I can also go to the school to learn to be a good traveler, to be a good customer. And the latest example is what came to us just by chance, not by design, but by default, just yesterday, was an instruction from the university administration to our department, and they said that you need to design a program which will be offered on weekends, 4 weekends. So there will be 8 sessions. This program is has to be only for boys, because my university attracts boys and girls from all over India. So and all the courses, all kind of faculties. So now we have students from Kerala to Kashmir, from Northeast to Rajasthan, Gujarat, everywhere. So they come to our university and they, they accommodate themselves, they try to accommodate or put themselves in the neighborhood around the university, because we don't have enough hostels for. So the university says that you need to design a 8-session program for boys to help them learn to prepare some basic food so that they can survive in a place like New Delhi. So it's not preparing them to serve a hotel industry or tourism industry, it's for their survival. So some teaching, or in fact most of the teaching, has to be for the customer itself, for themselves. They need to be educated, and consumption based education is what we need to be looking forward to. We keep on receiving, and I know my friends at IHMs definitely must be receiving similar requests. Like a lot of teachers in the university have approached us. This is Jamia Millia Islamia. So they said that there are a lot of types of biryanis, even I don't know. So they said there are a lot of types of biryanis. Why don't you design a program, a weekend program or a 5-day program on how to prepare biryani or how to prepare Kashmiri food? And this is not people who are interested in this. Then we had a request from the Teacher Association of the university, which says that a lot of teachers from science faculties and engineering faculties, they are good researchers. I told you we are number 3 university in the country. So they get a lot of funds and a lot of opportunities to travel abroad. So can we have a grooming program for the teachers, senior researchers, say what are the table etiquettes or table manners which they need to be following? So there's a lot of merit in considering education for consumers also, and that is the third point that I wanted to make. So I just made 3 points. One, that education need to be smaller, short, maybe even a degree has to be organized as a modular program. Number 2, we are making a shift from a push system to a pull system. And 3, please consider consumer-based education or education for consumption also along with our traditional or the conventional approach of education for the service providers. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Your thought-provoking address set a perfect platform for our speakers to deliver their presentations. It is my pleasure to welcome our next keynote speaker, Mr. Abhigyan Talukdar, to present his speech on Orissa Forest Escapes Far from the Maddening Crowds. Mr. Talukdar is a 1981 batch IHM Kolkata pass out and did a stint in marketing from IIM Calcutta and a strategic management course from the Cornell Nanyang University for hospitality industry. Mr. Talukdar also has been an external examiner for the Robert Gordon University, Aberdeen, Scotland for 5 years and also for IHM Bhubaneswar for many years. With a total experience of 40 years, both in India and outside, he is one of the senior most professors in hotel industry in Orissa. Sir, please.
Hello. Audible? Hang on, I need a laptop. I got a PPT. I told you. But there are a lot of files. If the laptop is here, then because I have to change the. Okay, folks, please give a few minutes. Technical glitch. By the time Sharda fixes up the gadgets, I am A. Talukdar. Good morning. Honored to be here. I am a product of IHM Calcutta. Many decades ago. Yeah, I am Stone Age. But I was fortunate enough to be associated with IHM Bhubaneswar since many years, Mr. Tripathi's time. Since Mr. Tripathi's time, he was the one who first invited me here as external examiner. If you remember, sir, it was your first or second year here. Since then, I am associated here and honored to be here. Today, I will be talking about Orissa forests and far from the maddening crowd, but it's on the PPT, so give a few minutes because without the PPT, my speech becomes absolutely irrelevant. And empty chairs like a politician makes me nervous. Yeah, I can see that. Okay. Now, let's see. Orissa forests, a lot of us are here from Orissa. Can you tell me how many forest destinations for tourists in Orissa? Oh, you were ahead of me. I listed yesterday 30. What? It's not changing the slide. Okay. Now it got off. Okay. 30. Mangalayori, Vitarkanika, Debigar, Mandasuru, Kuldia, and the list goes on. Now, these are, first I thought, being a hotelier, first I thought I will talk about, when Sharda talked to me about the topic, first I thought I will talk about the hotel accommodation in all these places where all people visit, the statistics, and the distance, the accommodation, the prices, the food. Then I realized all these information are given. I mean, anybody and everybody can just get all these information the click of on their phone. They are all over the places in every Orissa government websites, tourism department's website, forest department's URL, even on TripAdvisor. So instead, today I am honored to attempt on the role of Orissa forests in fostering sustainable rural tourism. Oh, this is slide 3. Sorry, this thing is not working. The battery is.
Somebody else to handle it, so I,
Yeah, no, but he won't know when to change the slide.
yeah, somebody else can handle it.
This is okay now. This previous one. No, next one. No. Okay. Now, forests in Orissa are a treasure trove of natural beauty, cultural heritage, and biodiversity. Its lush forests not only hold ecological significance, but also presents an incredible opportunity to promote responsible tourism that benefits both nature and all stakeholders, especially the local community. Now, before I proceed further, let me give you some stats on the Orissa's forests. Shraddha, the next slide, please. No, previous, before this. It's all goofed up now. Yeah, next. Before this. Before this. You are going ahead, it is the other way around. Yeah, stay there. Now, area of Orissa is 155,707 square kilometer. Forest cover is 53,473 square kilometer, which is about 37.34%. And mind you, this is much higher than the national average of 21.71% of forest coverage. And another interesting point, Orissa, give the credit where it is due. Orissa is only 3 states in India where the forest cover has been increasing. Next to Telangana and Andhra, we are increasing our forest cover by 1.04% per year, which is a very credible, because in spite of urbanization, industrialization, and mining, yes, we are 4th largest mining state in the country after Gujarat, Karnataka, and someone else. So in spite of that, we have increased our forest cover. Now, our forest cover is again deviated into different category of forests. The stats are given there on the slides. But now it's a challenge to sustain this forest cover or keep increasing in. And in spite of the industrialization, mining, we can't give away those, urbanization, there comes the sustainable tourism into play. The concept of sustainable tourism is tourism that takes full account of its current and future economic, social, and environmental impacts, addressing the needs of tourists, the industry, the environment, and host communities. That's the sustainable tourism definition by UNWTO. Now, there are certain key principles must be adhered to while embarking upon the journey of sustainable rural tourism in Odisha's forests. First is community involvement. Slide. Next. Previous one. Yeah, stay there. Oh, you are here. Local communities are the custodian of the forest. It's their land, their home. We have encroached upon them. So naturally they get mad at times, they get angry at times. We have encroached on their areas. In fact, man-animal conflict comes from there also. People, very often we find it in newspaper, tiger and cheetahs and elephants walking around in Chandaka forest roads. And it is not their fault, it's our fault. We have encroached in their homes. They are supposed to be there, we are not. Anyway, the traditional knowledge and practices should be respected and they should be active participants and planning decision-making process from the very onset. For example, I am into hospitality consultancy. One of my clients wanted to put up a project in near Satkoshia. And you'll be surprised to know, I consulted the local communities there. And they came up with, because the conventional idea of putting up a hotel in the forest area won't work out. And they came up with idea what material to use, what kind of structure needs to be there, what kind of decor, what kind of food to be served in those establishments. So their involvement is one. That is what we mean by community involvement. Because they are aware about those for generations. They know what exactly do. Like we can put up a hotel in city like Bhubaneswar or any metro or industrialized area. But there is a specialization is required where their community must be involved to get us in there to fix up the infrastructure there. Next is conservation and education. The primary goal of sustainable rural tourism should be to educate us, the visitors, the tourists, about the importance of forest conservation. Guided tours, workshop, interactive activities can provide valuable insights into the ecosystem, fostering a sense of responsibility among tourists. For example, here by education we mean more for the education of the visitor, the tourist, us, our education. And those communities are the educator. I made a trip at Simlipal National Park, and there I was educated what color clothes I should not wear in a jungle, what color I should wear in the jungle, because they explained why it is not. I was not aware at that point of time that certain animals, they get scared by reflection of certain colors of clothes. Their testosterone level goes up and they get irritated. They get scared. Animals never attack us by themselves. They get scared, that's why they attack us. So that's the color of clothes. So that is the education we need to have from the local community. Those people, I found out those people in Simlipal local forest guards, even the community who are living there, much before we folks in urban areas came to know, they knew much before that any plastic beyond 120 micron is poison for their land. We are now talking about ban plastic here. But they knew that much before us. And so those educations we need to take from those community. Next is economic empowerment. Tourism should provide tangible economic benefits of local communities. These could be through homestays, handicraft, traditional performances, and the promotion of locally produced goods. Such economic empowerment can incentivize communities to actively participate in conservation effort. In Mangalajori, I've been to Mangalajori, and naturally the common people have a tendency to feed the birds. To feed the bird, we carry the chips and nuts from here and feed the birds so that the birds flock around you, around your boat. You can click photographs on your phone. That guide educated me that don't use, before I opened the packet of nuts and chips to feed the birds, he said, don't do this. We have locally made pouches of bird feeds, which you buy from us and feed those. So I asked him why not this? This is chips and nuts are good quality, why not? He educated me, these stuff are carrying the carbohydrate content is so high, and you are just one of them. Here at least 500 people come every day. And imagine 500 people feeding every day these birds, this high carb content stuff. Then these birds become heavy. They become heavy and they cannot fly back to Siberia or wherever they come from. They fly. And eventually they die on the way. Well, this is the reason you should never feed the birds in any bird sanctuary, because they will die eventually. They will eat your nuts and chips. So that is so I bought the pouches from them, and they earn money by their economic empowerment. Next is biodiversity protection. Any tourism activities must adhere to strict environmental guidelines. This includes enforcing responsible waste disposal, limiting the number of visitors of sensitive areas, limiting the number of visitors. This is a sensitive topic too for us, hoteliers especially, whoever in the hospitality industry. Minimizing the carbon footprint of tourism operations. In Satkosia, the tourist guide briefed me, certain brand of tissue paper should not be used there because that is not biodegradable enough. Tissue paper, which commonly every tourist carries with him whenever he goes, wherever he goes. But there are certain brands. He briefed that you should not carry these to any jungle areas because they are not biodegradable enough. And in Satkosia, if you've been there, those eco cottages, they have soak pits built all over the places. In spite of that, they teaches us these small things which we were unaware of as common people or tourists. And restricting the tourists in certain sensitive places, this is a economic situation for us, people in hospitality industry, but we have to do it eventually, especially in forest areas. Bhutan has done it, Galapagos Island has done it, Machu Picchu has done it, even recently Barcelona has restricted the tourists. In India, government, what is they are doing, like if I tell somebody, do not go to Amarnath Yatra, so many people, though they have recently restricted, or do not go to Simlipal, so many people, more than so many people. Instead, government is trying to restrict the infrastructure, the accommodation. Like there is certain limitation of accommodation, beyond that you cannot put up any accommodation, so there is no accommodation, less people will go. But eventually over the period of time to sustain to protect the biodiversity, we have to restrict the infrastructure and restrict the tourists. Next. Cultural sensitivity. Odisha's forests are not just about biodiversity. They also hold cultural significance. It's crucial to respect local custom, traditions, and sacred sites, ensuring that tourist activities do not infringe upon these aspects. I will tell you again from my personal experience. There's a tribal tourism is very much in vogue in Odisha. Once we were traveling Kandamahal tribal village with my family and daughter. My daughter was about 16, 17. And in the evening they arranged their tribal dance. And my daughter was carrying a Bluetooth box, music box, and she started playing it. And that guide then educated me that this kind of music do not play here. They are playing their own music. You respect that. Respect is a both-way traffic, like you respect them, they respect you. Now in a tribal village, if you put Eminem or a heavy metal rock on a Bluetooth box, or you put a Bhangra music from your phone, that is you are disrespecting them. So that is, maintain that cultural sensitivity. This is one of the examples, there are many ways. So next is collaboration and partnership. Government agencies, NGOs, local businesses, the academia must work hand in hand to create a holistic approach to sustainable rural tourism. Collaborations can pool resources, share expertise, and drive more impactful initiatives. In this aspect, I must stress, in our forest areas and tribal areas, Government of Odisha and certain NGOs has done remarkable jobs. If I want to list out those jobs, especially in forest areas of Odisha and the tourism, the eco-retreats and all other works, that's a whole new ballgame, and they are being copied by other state tourism departments now. If you people are visiting those areas, you will know how sustainable rural tourism government and certain NGOs are emphasizing. And result is evident. That's why our forest cover is increasing. For a state, increasing the forest cover is not a small thing. It's a great achievement. That is the result. The forests of Odisha stand as a testament to the intricate beauty of nature and human culture. By embracing sustainable rural tourism, we can create a future where these ecosystems thrive, communities prosper, and visitors live not only with unforgettable memories, but also with a profound understanding of the need to protect and preserve our natural heritage. Let us embark on this journey together, nurturing the delicate balance between exploration and preservation, between growth and conservation. Through these efforts, we can ensure that Odisha's forests remain a source of inspiration and wonder for generations to come. Thank you. Thank you, IHM Bhubaneswar.
Thank you so much, sir. And final keynote speaker for the day is Dr. Ashok Kumar Ponda. I cordially welcome him on stage to present his speech on the topic of media and tourism. Dr. Ponda is a motivational speaker, media analyst, and corporate trainer in the area of journalism, public relations, and IRD, and has 4 decades of experience in media and management. Public relations, He takes his keen interest in teaching and also in organizing workshops in government departments, media institutions, and public sectors undertaking. He has a decorate in development communication from Behrampur University and a postgraduate in mass communication from Banaras Hindu University. He's been a visiting fellow in the Oxford University. He was inducted to the PR Hall of Fame in the 12th Public Relations Global Conclave in 2018 and the receipt of multiple prestigious awards. So please.
Thank you. Well, good morning, all of you. Thank you for inviting me out here. I extend my gratitude to my fellow speakers, Professor Chaudhary and Professor Talukdar. Mr. Talukdar is a friend of mine for decades. When I was working with the Times of India, he was very active in Hotel Crown. Well, my dear friends, first of all, the first takeaway for today, I would like to give you takeaways, that is very important, since time is very short. The first takeaway is, I am indeed grateful to the principal of IHM and her team for choosing a fantastic topic, because 75% of the population in India stay in the villages. No wonder they have chosen what? Rural tourism as the subject of the day, and that is the theme of the day. So hats off to you. We are really very, very happy that you have chosen a very interesting topic which is relevant to all of us sitting out here. That is number one. Number two, friends, I would like to tell you one little thing. William Blake had very pertinently said, what he said? How can the bird who is born for joy sit in the cage and sing? Friends, whether you are in New York or whether you are in Bhubaneswar, whether you are in Mumbai or whether you are in a remote hamlet in Odisha also, all you need to do is create an environment where people come and join and enjoy with you. Once people feel here is a place to enjoy and this is the right environment, I am sure they will always be with you. Yes or no? So we need to create an environment. And as has been very rightly said, we are focusing on rural tourism. My dear friends, one little thing which again comes to my mind, thought I'll put it across is, since I'll be speaking about, tourism and media, friends, let me talk a bit about media, which all of you know, but even then, again, I would like to register in your mind. As you know, news is an account of an event which has interest for the public and are special types of disruption of the status quo. When people have interest for something to know, and when there is a disruption, it qualifies for new and it becomes a news. But my dear friends, in this context, there is no disruption, but there is always interest for the public. I hope you'll appreciate that. So tourism is a very important subject, and all of us are interested in that. And I'm very, very happy that HM has also given full emphasis to rural tourism. Just imagine, friends, you make a little menu, and in that menu you put, first one, going for a boat ride for 1 hour in a very remote village in Odisha. Coming back from the boat ride, you join the lunch with crabs and prawns. Again in the evening, sit together for a chat, move and see the birds around, and then after that, have a little snacks and 2 bottles of beer. Friends, if you give this menu, whether it is New York or Los Angeles or Mumbai or Calcutta, You cannot take the guest. That will be the response for you. My dear friends, what is very important out here is choose a thing which is of interest to the public, and I'm sure you will definitely move ahead. When we are talking of rural tourism, friends, I always tell one thing which is very, very important. Never work for the media. I always say, always work with the media. When you work with the media, you publish your news, you publish your photographs, but when you work for the media, you give advertisements, which is a costly proposition, which you definitely will appreciate. Like for example, if she is working with me, I'll always take an article or I'll go for an interview and tell, okay, tell me what you have to tell of IHM. So it is always very, very important that we need to work with the media rather than working for the media. My dear friends, one little thing I would just like to add you, whether it is a function at IHM or it may be a very remote village in Odisha or any part of India. What's happening there, we only come to know through the media. I hope you'll appreciate that. That is why quite often we say, if you hate the media, it is in your mind. And if you love the media, it is in your heart. But you cannot ignore the media. I hope you appreciate that. You can never ignore the media. It is always with you. So if you carry the media along with you, I'm sure you will get a lot of publicity. Just I'll tell you a small little thing which is very relevant to what we are discussing out here. Just imagine a small, in different places like, say, Malkarangiri, or in different places, where it is very Mao infested. Believe me, friends, when we focus there on rural tourism and tell all the people around there and tell, okay, we give you 2 boats, we give you 10 fishing net, we give you 100 fishing rods, why don't you focus on this? Believe me, friends, they will definitely come to the mainstream. And I'm sure IHM can take a lead on this. With the support of the government, of course. I'm not telling you can do it alone, but with the support of government, you will see all the Maos will come to the mainstream, which is a very big job which we can do. Another little point, friends, which I would just like to tell you, when you carry the media with you, like for example, you go to a place where there's a lot of fairs, hutters and fairs and all. When you go over there, media not only focuses on the main function, it also sees the sideline, what is happening in and around the fair. And what they happen, they talk to people and they also focus on that. As a reason of this, what happens, there is a lot of focus of marketing of their artifacts, folk arts, folklore, and even it can so happen that somebody calls for a dasakatya or a folklore in some part of the country. I hope you appreciate that. So it also helps in marketing. Another point again, friend, which I would just like to tell you, as you know, media is in touch with the airlines, media is in touch with the hotels, media is in touch with the government. More or less, media is a conduit between all these agencies. So once you are in touch with the media, you are in touch with the entire community. Believe me, if you have, there are a lot of local papers even in the rural areas. If you have, a sort of a liaison with them, and when you talk with them, discuss with them, and with this people around you, through this small little media, you can always be in touch with them. Like I remember, a very nice thing which has been said, in a very rural village, it was said, no, we are having dengue, so please have warm water, don't take cold water. All the villagers said, we have learned that when we are sick, we should take hot water and boiled water. Why should we take hot water now? We are okay. Then they invited the, village doctor who said, no. Things have changed now. Because the situation is different, now you need to take boiled water. And friends, they listen to the doctor. So friends, let me tell you, as you know, the media are opinion leaders. The media are in touch with the society. The media is in touch with the government. And I'm sure with the help of all of you sitting out here, I think media should do something good for the society and also help in promoting tourism in different parts of the country. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we shall move on to the live question and answer session. I kindly request the audience to pose any question they may have on the topics discussed to our distinguished speakers.
Hello, hello.
My, my question is to Mr. Talukeda. You mentioned that for forests, certain kind of colors should be worn. So can you specify a little more on this?
Hello, check.
Have you observed bullfight in Spain?
Yeah.
Bullfight in Spain, if not in Spain on TV or movies you must have seen. They wave a flag.
Red color.
Why red color?
Yeah, that's what.
Always red color. Wherever there is a bullfight, they always carry a red color flag. Certain animals, as I mentioned, certain animals, they are allergic to certain color reflection. Most of the animals, they don't see colors. They are black and white. They see black and whites. But certain animals, even the black and whites, when they see in black and white, the colors they see, they feel scared. They get allergic. That's why they attack or get irritated. Similarly, in tigers in Sundarbans, any bright colors attract the tigers. They feel that is a very, they are very scared of that bright reflection of colors. That's why in any jungle they say don't wear any bright colored clothes. Bees. Bees are attracted to black. That's why first thing the bees attack someone on their head, of the hair. So certain there, because the details on medical practitioner or the biologist can explain you better. What I have
No,
I came
was
to
just
know is
wanted to hear
there are certain
from
animals,
the
they're-
traditional view.
Yeah, they get a, some get dopamine effect, some get, their testosterone level goes up with that color reflected. Even the human also, we do have color effect in our physiology. That is my limited knowledge.
Thank you, sir.
Any more questions?
Let there be a couple of more questions.
If audience doesn't have, then if I may have, Dr. Panda. Dr. Panda, role of media in rural tourism. What is the reach of media in the rural areas as such, especially the mainstream media or?
Friends, you will definitely appreciate one thing. All of you know a place which is very popular now, and that is Daringbadi. Believe me, friends, I know, say about 20 years back, Daringbadi was not heard of. But you know, when the media focused on Daringbadi with exclusive stories, and also in the travel magazines also you must have seen a lot of stories on, you know, Daringbadi. Now, when you go in the peak season, last year, you know, somebody told me when he reached Daringbadi, he couldn't stay over there, but because there were no rooms out there. Do you get my point? So that is the popularity of Daringbadi. It is only because of media highlight. Number two, now what has happened in different places, you know, there are a lot of community radios. Earlier, you know, it was there, but now it is in a more specialized way, community radio, where they also highlight the local places. Further, as you know, even in the rural villages, we have mobiles, and because of social media, you know, we are also coming to know what is happening in and around. Like say, for example, Taratarani Hill, I am sure many of you must have known, near Berhampur. What was Taratarani Hill 10 years back is much different. And when you go during the peak season, my God, it is very, very difficult to enter to the temple. Things are like that. It is only because of the media, the hype has been created, and people go and visit this tourist delight places. Thank you.
Excellent. If, sir, may I have a question for you? Dr. Chaudhary, you are an academic, you are an academician out and out. And for now this IHM students, when they pass out, usually their goal is to go to metro cities, in mainstream hotels. But from academic side, what is the specific one or two suggestions that these students, when they pass out, they will be tend to go to establishments in rural areas? What are the incentives? I mean, what will motivate them to get away to rural areas so that a boost in rural tourism happens?
Again, we are so very obsessed with these, jobs with bigger establishments. But then there is a very significant and change in the society also. And any society which grows economically, you have this decentralization of wealth creation. You have this decentralization of wealth creation. So I'm actually talking about rural entrepreneurship. Because a lot of people are traveling towards rural areas, and they will continue to travel towards rural areas, probably there's a lot of opportunity that is going to come your way in terms of creating enterprises in rural areas. What comes to my mind was an example. I was working with this government of Uttarakhand, and they have a separate department. Some of you must be familiar with this, because almost just before COVID, there were almost 1,800 actually, something like 1,800 villages which had become ghost villages. The entire population has migrated to different places, and mostly the younger generation, they had all left the villages. So government wanted to bring them back, and they were asking us that what could be done and things like that. And then what we did was we started looking for ideas, and we could pull out, some examples from Italy and Spain, where they have this concept of cluster hotels. And these cluster hotels were actually medieval villages which had been abandoned by people. So there was this architect who, got these villages, some of these villages, and converted it into, some kind of an accommodation or an experience. So the exterior weren't changed, interiors were modified a bit, and each household or each house that was there in the village was like a typical suite. So this is what we suggested to them, because Uttarakhand had a typical problem where high-rise buildings weren't possible or aren't possible. So what went into discussion was that these kind of ghost villages could, get converted into resorts and can be offered for conventions and conferences, and they can bring in some private equity and do this. Now before this could happen, and before we could talk, we actually had this reverse migration because of COVID. And so a lot of these youngsters got back with the skills and experiences that they had in the bigger cities. And now most of these villages are now repopulated. So from a sociological point of view and from an economic employment point of view, they stand to gain. There are other examples from different other industries and other sectors also, similar example. So I'll put a lot of weight behind creating your own enterprises. And one thing, just because I got this opportunity to speak in, and this is what I've been saying, that we need to stop treating, or not stop, but rethinking tourism and hospitality, not as service industries, but as creative industries. So the more creativity we bring in terms of tourism and hospitality experiences, the more opportunity you have to sustain these enterprises. So creativity plus hospitality skills or tourism skills, and then creating enterprises is perhaps the solution to what you asked.
Hello. Thank you very much, sir. Any more questions? Sir, you were so good, you made them spellbound.
It was great. It was great listening to all the speakers. It was great listening to all the speakers. To sum it up, Mr. Chaudhary, your suggestions of getting the feed from the students before designing a curriculum sounds very exciting to us. Mr. Talukdar, your inputs on Orissa forest in is making us all want to see the exotic Dalimbari. And Mr. Panda, your energy level motivates us, and we wish that you will promote our event in your TV channel today. Thank you so much, everyone. I would like to invite Mrs. Shada Ghosh to please join us on the stage and present the esteemed keynote speakers with a token of love and appreciation from IHM Bhubaneswar. Tea packets from Sip Up and coffee packets from Avasa Coffee. Before we head down, sir, there's another question from the audience. Just one more. Wait, just a moment. Sir.
Hello, Chair.
Yes, together.
Good morning, panel members. As sir had mentioned that Tanjupadi was not very famous, but as media reached out there, so it's become famous now. So sir, I want to ask that other places are also there where media can't reach. So what are the ways through which they can reach out there?
Will you please come to the front and put your question again, if you don't mind? Yeah, please.
So some places are there where media can't reach. So what are the ways through which they can reach out there?
Well, friends, it's like this. For example, there is a very remote place, and the mainstream media is not going over there. But believe me, these days, particularly the satellite, televisions, they have representatives in every block where they send news items to the desk, to the studio, and we relate and display what's happening even in a remote place in any part of the country or even in Odisha. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Sir, if I can give a rejoinder, reach of media in rural areas. Today, at 3 o'clock, go to the remotest corner of India. You will find everybody is watching TV on satellite feed, watching India-Pakistan match. That is the reach of media.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Shantanu Das Gupta to kindly come up on stage and share some words of wisdom. Dr. Shantanu Das Gupta is a PhD in management from Amity University, Rajasthan. He started his journey in the field of hospitality from IHM Bhubaneswar more than 2 decades ago and completed his MSc in hotel management from Annamala University. He started his career with Oberoi Group of Hotels, worked with Milliman Island Resorts, Maldives, Taj Group of Hotels, and moved into academics. He's a passionate teacher, keen learner, and a researcher. He has curated syllabus for undergraduate and postgraduate courses for private and government university in West Bengal. He has participated in several seminars and conferences. He has authored researches, articles in national and international journals, book chapters, and authored book on hospitality and tourism. Dr. Das Gupta has worked at different levels in various academic institutions of repute. He is presently working as a principal at Pailan College of Management and Technology, Kolkata, India. Can I get your mic if you like? Shall I get your mic?
Thank you for giving such a lovely introduction, but me here is just alumni of IHM Bhubaneswar, nothing else. And all the credit to my success, whatever I have done in my life, goes to these institutions. Whatever I have learned, whatever I am doing till date, the credit goes to this institution only and nobody else. My principal sitting here, Mr. B.P. Tripathi, thank you, sir, for giving us this opportunity to learn. Sharda Ghosh madam, who has called me up on the stage to speak something. What I personally do is, presently, I think that as the day passes and the way we started our life at this institution, हमारे टाइम पे एक कंप्यूटर लैब हुआ करता था जिसमें मैंने एक ईमेल एड्रेस बनाया था. आज के डेट में ऑब्सोलेट हो गया, बट आई स्टिल कीप इट. इट्स अ एड्रेस ऑफ रेडिफ मेल. आई बिलीव नन ऑफ यू हैव इट. मेरा एड्रेस अभी भी रेडिफ मेल का है जो ये लैब में बनाया गया था. उस टाइम में पहला कंप्यूटर आया था. सो वी स्टार्टेड इन दैट वे. In our batch, when we were in the 3rd year, one of our batchmates had a mobile phone, and she took special permission from principal sir to carry that mobile inside the college. I remember that. So वो ज़माना और था, आज के ज़माना अलग है. But in today's date, with my experience, what I have gathered, that there is no substitute for research. हर दिमाग में कोई ना कोई कीड़ा चलता रहता है. Think about it, do something, you will innovate something. Let me share one of my innovations which I am working on right now. In going to be a patent in very short span. I am working on a card. I believe all of you know that in when we go to the hotels, we use a card which is used as a swiping card when we enter a room. I am devising a special card which is very shortly coming up as a patent, and कुछ नहीं है, बस दिमाग में आया, उसको सोचा, उसको लेके थोड़ा आगे बढ़ा, and now when I have searched whether there is a similar work there in the patent house or not, I searched the novelty and it was a 90% novelty there. Means कोई इस पे काम नहीं किया है. Now कैसे आया दिमाग में? It is all about just thinking. The students who are presently studying, they are much smarter than us. I trust it. And if you think in the right way, with the right spirit, I believe you will come up with innovations. And I promise that if anybody in this institution wish to think on certain lines that इस पे कोई innovation हो सकता है कि नहीं, please get in touch with me. Your principal, Sharda madam, is in touch with me, and we are, basically we are in touch with each other. I will give all my support possible to you people so that you can come up with your products, and which you do not know might change the world. That is what I wanted to tell you. That सोचिए, कुछ ना कुछ सोचते रहिए, कुछ ना कुछ निकल के आएगा, and we can do, or we can change the world. Thank you very much. Just one more thing which I requested madam is that I have done my research and I have done my PhD from Amity University, Rajasthan. I wanted to donate my PhD thesis to our library. So, madam, just wish to give it to your hand.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to call our librarian, Mr. Avinash Das, to please come on stage. Thank you so much, sir. Big round of applause, please. Yes, sir. We'll just get that. We'll get it. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now disperse for a short tea break. Let us assemble back sharp by 11:45 to 50. Post tea break, we will start with a technical session that will be chaired by Dr. Preeti Ranjan Sahu. Thank you. A very good afternoon, everyone. We are now about to begin with the technical session for the day. With great pleasure, I cordially invite our esteemed coordinator for this technical session, Dr. Preeti Ranjan Sahu, Associate Professor, Department of Business Management, KIT University, to kindly come on the dais and take his seat. I would like to humbly invite Ms. Shada Ghosh to please come on stage and honor our esteemed guest with a small token of our appreciation. Yes.
Good morning and good afternoon. I'll not take much time. This is a technical session, so I'll not speak much about myself and other things. We'll get into straight away to the presentation, and as I find there are 10 papers to be presented and we are running short of time. Due to paucity of time, I'll request the organizer and the presenters to cut short their presentation, and we'll straight away get into the findings and question answer. And at best we can do, and I don't want to delay the program, so by 1 o'clock we should wind up. We'll try so that we can have a good lunch and then will not affect our post-lunch session, right? So looking at the quality and quantity, I request all the 10 presenting groups to please focus on both online and offline. Please focus on your findings and encourage question answers, right? So let us start with that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are proud of you, of you being our alumni. So, Dr. Preeti Ranjan Sahu is an associate professor at the KIT School of Management, KIT University. Professor Sahu has more than 30 years of experience, both in industry and academics. He served his various managerial positions with Indian Tourism Development Corporation, ITDC, from 1994 to 2003. He received the PhD for doctoral research on the theme of an analytical study on the perception for the application of electronic distribution system. He holds double masterate degree in MBA and MTA and is an FDPM alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. Thank you so much, sir. It is a pleasure to welcome Mr. Dekita Abdoulaye, Research Scholar, KIT University, from Cote d'Ivoire University, Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. His paper will be on a perspective of development of eco-rural tourism in Cote d'Ivoire. Sir, please. Okay. I'd like to call our principal ma'am to please felicitate him. Big round of applause, please. Our second presenter is Mr. Chaudhry M. Miftahul Ibn Munir, Research Scholar, KIT University, People's Public of Bangladesh. His paper will be on effectiveness of community-based rural tourism in Bangladesh, potential unexplored. I'd request Principal Madam to please felicitate him. I would like to call upon Mr. Kharbela Raut, research scholar, KIT University, paper on a cross-sectional study of understand and motivation and attitude of tourists for agritourism. Our fourth presenter is Mr. Kumar Gaurav, Senior Lecturer, cum Senior Instructor, Institute of Hotel Management, Catering Technology and Applied Nutrition, Bhubaneswar. His paper is on the case study on sustainable livelihood of women in rural areas of Orissa on millet-based business. The rest of the presentations will be on online mode. We can now move forward with the offline presentations.
Hello. 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 Namaste. All the dignitaries present here, all the faculty members, Dr. Pia Sao, and all the fellow students here, very good afternoon to you. My name is Jakit Abdullah. I'm from Ivory Coast, and I'm a student from KIIT University. It's been a pleasure to have this opportunity from my beloved teacher, Dr. Priti Rajan Chao, to come here and present on this topic that we're going to present about very soon. For this, I will really want to invite my co-presenter, who is Nitanga Beko, to join me on the stage so that we'll carry forward the presentation. And I want to address also a thank to the university, to the IHM Bhubaneswar, to have given that opportunity to us to also present what's going on in our respective countries in terms of tourism. So without delay, we're going to proceed further with the presentation. Ivory Coast is the country where we're presenting about, and Ivory Coast is known as the country of hospitality. So this already fits with the topic we're going to present on, and I would like your whole attention to the presentation because it's going to be really great, and we're going to enjoy it. So I would like to give the floor to Beko to start with the presentation. Thank you very much. You can stay.
Thank you all. My name is Beko, Gilbert Beko, also from KIT University, Kesom. Our topic will be perspectives of development of eco-rural tourism in Ivory Coast or Cote d'Ivoire. So without doing this, let's go on. By introduction, we will start by what is rural tourism especially. The rural tourism is an act by which individual visits rural area or any other area so that he can associate with the people who are there. They share everything in the community so that they can explore, they get culture, heritage of the area that they have visited.
So the significance of the rural tourism, it creates a lot of opportunity for the area that we are visited. So there are a lot of development of the area that we are visited. Also, I'll give you an example. When we are, especially as we visit like Bhubaneswar, Odisha, I will stay with them. And I will reflect back to my back country, and I will say, I will visit this place, it was good. It was like, I will tell them about the culture, the beauty of the state, the beauty of the rural tourism I was in, so that they will get the curiosity to visit again. They will come also to see what is there, and they will enjoy. We'll be talking about the homestay tourism in Ivory Coast. About the Ivory Coast, what is homestay? Homestay is about where we live. I'll give an example again. When I visit any rural tourism, I will join with any family of the area or in the village. Once I join, we share everything as I'm also belong to the family, and we enjoy everything, every single life we going together, and they show me about the state, about the area, the features, and everything in the area. That's it. Okay. Oh, sorry. The objective of the study will be like exploring, to carry out this study, it was to explore the potential communal homestay tourism in Ivory Coast, or Côte d'Ivoire. By this study, it was to explore, to examine what are the homestays in Ivory Coast and how are they, the potentiality of the Ivory Coast homestays. Example, when you take example on Abyssine, Grand Bazaar, you will find those cities are developing in rural ecotourism on high speed. If you go there, we find it's developed. Also, to emphasize rural development or cultural preservation, once we carry this out the study, we aim to develop, to emphasize the development of culture in the rural tourism or in the rural areas. Also, the challenge in promoting rural and sustainable tourism. Also, we also wanted to see what are the challenges there. So, without delaying, let's go for more with the Jackie will talk more about Ivory Coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Niitanga, for giving me the floor again to talk about the benefits of sustainable tourism. So as you can see, usually we are in a country, India, where we can see a lot of aspects of tourism. When I first reached in India here, I could see so many sites, so many tourist sites, like the temples and everything. So this has a benefit on the country. Similarly, this is what's happening in Ivory Coast. We have financial gains and job creation. So in this homestay tourism, we want actually the inhabitants of the rural areas to be included in the tourism, specifically when they can be used as the guide and also as the presenter of the tourist sites in Ivory Coast. So this creates jobs for the inhabitants of the rural areas. So this is really important for a sustainable tourism. So we also have infrastructure development. So as you can see the image here on the slides, you can see so many parts of Ivory Coast has been built, not just because of its, natural resources and all, but we also have the participation of that, tourism, which takes only 0.28, which is equivalent for $200 million in Ivory Coast GDP. So this has a significant importance in the development of the country. We have improved quality of life of the locals. So when the government emphasizes on the homestay tourism and tourism as well, this also helps the inhabitants of the local areas to also have some infrastructure like hospital, like water, how can I say, points, and so many infrastructure that can be really helpful for them to make their life easy. And we have the preservation and pride and culture heritage. When we give value to what we have as culture, we give value to what we have as, how can I say, as the heritage of the country, it also helps us to, how can I say, preserve all this wealth that we have. So this is the benefits of the sustainable tourism that really helps the country move forward and develop in a certain way without losing the pride, without losing the culture, without losing the identity. Result and policy implication. So we have policy recommendation for eco-rural tourism development. So the government should set a policy for that, because the tourism should not be only beneficial for those who are in metro cities. It should be also beneficial for those people who are in local areas. So this is also important for equal and equal development of all the citizens of the country. So you cannot take somebody from Delhi to come to be a tourist guide in Bhubaneswar. He will never know the place better than a local, the inhabitant of Bhubaneswar. So this is how it should go. It should be equal. The inhabitant of the local area should also benefit of this, how can I say, of this development. So this is also important. We need a policy for that in Ivory Coast, in Cote d'Ivoire as well. Implementing at a larger scale and adaptation. So it should not be only in one state or in one local area of the country. It should be everywhere. As in Bhubaneswar here, we have Kotak, we have so many local rural area like around Bhubaneswar. So all these places, this equality of development, we should be everywhere, and there should also be, it should be beneficial for all of them. Because development is not only metro cities. Metro cities has once been rural area, so they develop. The development is a process, it goes. So once the opportunity is there, why being blind about opportunity? Let's give the opportunity to the inhabitants so that they can explore the best out of what they have as heritage. And foundation and future research of ecotourism. So the government of Cote d'Ivoire should invest more in that domain so that they can have an opportunity to develop the economic of the country. This is much more important. So let's proceed further. Unique feature of Ivory Coast. When I will leave India, what they will ask me, what's the unique feature of India? I will say, biryani. This is what will come in my head. Because I swear, I will take the flight from Ivory Coast, from Cote d'Ivoire to come and eat biryani. Because that's a unique feature that's in my head. That's part of the identity of India. That's part of the identity of what India is, the good food, the diversity of the food. So that's the unique feature of India. Similarly, we can find this in Ivory Coast. We have food, ateke, futu. These are food based on local fruit and vegetables that we like, that categorize or that also identify Ivorian in West Africa or in the world. So as you can see here, we have beaches, we have UNESCO sites, which is really important for us, which identifies Ivory Coast, a small country in the world. So this is also important. As I said, I would eat biryani in India. I would take the flight and come and eat biryani. So similarly, some people from Europe would say, okay, I will take the flight and go and eat futu in Ivory Coast. This is a local food. So in India, we have so many things that's similar also to Ivory Coast, but countries has the unique value, the unique identity, which is not similar to another country. But this can be used as a power to empower our economy. Competitiveness, as you can see the slide, we have so many how can I say challenges listed down here. Cote d'Ivoire's potential and sustainable rural tourism destination. So this domain has not been explored yet, but we require the government to explore this so that we can take the best out of it. In fact, we also face a lot of challenges, infrastructure, the roads are not yet well built because less interest is given to that domain, and also we have, how can I say, we also have some very good thing, the cultural heritage and also the colonial infrastructure that has been built that has the very good, how can I say, historical places of Ivory Coast. So the local people also are invested in the sustainable tourism. They also help, how can I say, they also help in maintaining the city clean and everything for the security of the tourists. As you can see in the slide, the images that are here. So addressing unemployment and local benefits. So here you can see unemployment, as I said before, we cannot take a guy and someone from Delhi to come to be a tourist guide in Bhubaneswar. So this should be, this should have a benefit on Bhubaneswar citizens, Bhubaneswar inhabitants. That's much more important for them. That will also help them develop the area in their way. So it should be beneficial, first of all, for the inhabitants. So this is the conclusion. With this, I would say, in Ivory Coast, we still have so many things to cover in terms of homestay tourism, instead of tourism in large. But we're still working on it, and we will also request the government to put emphasis on that so that we can also take the best out of it and also have, how can I say, build an economic, a sustainable economic system around this. So we have so many things to go on without wasting time. Thank you very much for your attention. And it's a pleasure to share all this with you. Thank you very much. So this is the beautiful country, Côte d'Ivoire, in West Africa, at the heart of West Africa. Thank you very much. You are invited to visit my country one day. Thank you.
Due to paucity of time, once again, I will invite questions, but only one question we will take. If there is any question. Okay, I assume people are also running short of time. No question. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you so much.
We can invite.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll go for the next presentation, and I again am compelled to cut short of the time now. Next presenter, please make it within 3 minutes. Come to the conclusion and your final findings, and maybe we have to cut short of the question answer. So only one questions will take, if at all, right? So next presenter.
Good morning, good afternoon, namaste, assalamu alaikum. I am Chaudhary Mefta from Bangladesh, and trust me, I will not make this presentation actually that much technical. I will just go for the normal things, that how we actually proceed for this research, right? So without taking much time, I will invite my co-author Raihan Farhad Shakil for starting the presentation. Then I will make it short, and trust me, we will not make that much time. So big applause for Raihan Farhad Shakil, my co-author.
Good morning, everyone. Kemite asunti shobu. So, I am Raihan Farhad Shakil from Bangladesh, studying at KIT University. So, let's further ado, we explore the presentation. So, our topic is community-based rural tourism in Bangladesh. So this is our topic, effectiveness of community-based rural tourism in Bangladesh, which is not yet explored. So our presentation or paper explored the undiscovered potential of community-based rural tourism in Bangladesh, and we especially focus on the Sundarban area, which is located in Bangladesh in Khulna district, Khulna division. So we actually tried to explore the relationship, the important relationship between ecotourism and community engagement, and to uncover the economic, cultural and environmental benefit which is come from community-based tourism. Community-based tourism basically the involvement of community and interaction between community and tourism all. So our paper also highlight the interaction implication for policy and practice, and we recommend the strategies for sustainable growth and economic growth, and we try to identify the challenges and future research prospect in this area of ecotourism or community-based tourism. So we try to solve some problem here, as you can see. Through this paper we try to solve, we try to find out this problem. First of all, limited community engagement. So usual tourism model often overlook the community involvement in tourism sector. So we try to find out the community lack of community engagement. We all know community engagement play a vital role in tourism area and tourism sector. So we try to find out this. And second one is tourism awareness gap. And tourists often lack of some knowledge, what is the ecotourism, what is the benefit of ecotourism, what is the economic benefit, what is the environmental benefit, and what is the benefit of interaction between local and tourist. This is a cultural integrity. We all know we came here to along from the Bangladesh, and there is some cultural integrity, right? So we tried to find out this gap, and there is also a gap in ecotourism potential. Ecotourism has a lot of potential, right? Economic benefit is there, and also employability, local which is not employed. So if we focus on the ecotourism and community-based tourism, so this problem will solve. And guideline for interaction. So there should be a responsible and respectful interaction between local community and tourist. So which is mutually beneficial for both of them, local communities and tourist. So, and another problem is there is still a lack of governmental support in Bangladesh. So governmental support always plays a pivotal role. What is the strategies government to be taken? We also find out that an holistic perspective of community-based tourism. So we found out the holistic, we try to find the holistic perspective also lack. Still previous research may have lack of holistic perspective in different area like Sundarban, Shajak, like Cox's Bazar, which is the world's longest sea beach I belong to. So this is lake, so we try to find out this lake, and framework refinement, conceptual framework of ecotourism or community-based tourism, which is also lake. So we tried to find out this problem. So now I am handing over the mic to my friend Chaudhary Mehta. Thank you all.
Thank you, Rehan. My friend actually speaks a lot, I know, but I will not make it that much big. See, the point is that in this research, basically why we take the Sundarban, because we know the Sundarban is the largest mangrove sea forest in the whole world, right? So my point is not Sundarban. I actually like tigers so much that actually, so that's why I thought that Sundarban would be a good place. And my mother always, I have actually intention that I will go to the forest and take a picture with lion, the tiger. But my mother always think that, okay, if I am going to take a picture with lion, some days I will be the lunch of the lion or tiger, whatever it is. So the point apart that I took the research for the Sundarban and, okay, why it's running, okay. For Sundarban, and it was all about like what is the perception of the tourists if they are going there, what was their view, the satisfaction level you can say, their engagement, what is their perception, attitude over towards the community, the rural community basically. See, so that's how the methodology is actually working. So coming for the service questionnaire, so these are the basic questions actually we have put for a tourist. We take almost 400 tourists for these questions. That's all about like how the local community enhanced their what can I say, the communication part, how about the movement when the tourists are there, whether they are helping or not, the transparent communication are there or not. These kind of things actually I have mentioned for these questions, very basic, not that much, and we have rated the scale from 1 to 5 so that we can make it easy and come to a decision that what is the perception basically for the tourists towards the rural community, right? So yeah. Talking about the key findings, that in the key findings actually we have 3 things we got. First one is about the high tourist satisfaction with the community involvement. The number is there that 87% tourists actually happy to interact with them, right? And 95% says that it enhances a lot when they meet with the local community. So it's actually good thing. But there is a big but that in talking about the rural communism, or the community-based tourism, the knowledge has some issues. That means about 53% of the tourists has not that much idea about that community tourism. That's the first problem. Second thing is 28% are literally null about the idea of the tourism. So it's big alarming, because when you're going to the Sundarban or any kind of rural areas, so it's a big issue when you don't have the knowledge, right? Because now we are all commercializing all the things, talking about be it the commercial places or the rural places. You need to make it very clear when you're going for any kind of tourism or making a hot spot of anything. And the last point is the socio-economic factors are there also, because 72% think that the infrastructure actually help a lot when you are going for a tourism. So see, this is a simple map that when you are focusing for the infrastructure, where it's going, okay. The infrastructure actually giving you more employability. After the employability, they have the options to make some money. So when money is there, the rural community will definitely involve there, right? So it's a basic things. And talking about the assumption, it's actually saying that 72% people think that the infrastructure is important, and 61% thought that the communication levels also increased when you have the good infrastructure. The social economic factors are there, right? Because we all know that when money is there, everything will be there, right? So that's how it works. And yeah, talking about the implications of the policy and the practices, the government leveraging definitely important, because see, when investing somewhere, you definitely need the result. So for that, that's why the first step should be from the government, because the government has the right and has the ability to step down first. Second is about the tourist attitude. The attitude also important, because see, to be honest, what is happening when I am coming from the Bangladesh, we have a thought that, okay, if I am try to interact with someone in Odisha people, whether they will actually interact with me or not. So that's a big issue, right? Because see, my friend like Kemuti Achunti, this kind of things actually my friend also learned from the local people. So that's how the things that you need the positive attitude. Whether it's all about tourists or the people, doesn't matter, you need the attitude, right? And last about the meaningful interaction. See, the transparent communication, the meanings, how you are behaving, how you are interacting with someone, everything actually matters. So that is how I believe the implications factors will work. Next slide, yeah. Talking about the recommendation, from our side, we are giving some recommendation. That first thing is definitely from the government support, because if you have the government, you have everything, because that is kind of an umbrella kind of thing, right? So when you have the center thing, you can actually go around anywhere. So government support definitely important. Second is about the responsible guideline of interaction should be there, because see, when you are interacting with someone, definitely there will be some manners, etiquettes, rules. I can't just go anywhere and talk anything like just like this. Oh, it's not possible. So definitely you need some guidelines. And number third is about the experience also, because see, when you're going somewhere, talking about the FIFA World Cup, why am I using these things? In FIFA World Cup, Qatar is a country which is basically a oil exporting country, right? We know for that. But what is the point? Through this FIFA World Cup, they are trying to actually capture the whole tourists from the world, right? And they are now making it a billion-dollar industry. Why I am using this example? Because see, in whatever you take rural tourism or any kind of commercial place tourism, it is all about a business, or you can say the enhance of your countries in the end, right? So in this phase also, you need to integrate the experiences. So when you are going into any kind of airport, any kind of places like Sundarban, or any kind of good, I mean beautiful places in India or beaches, you always try to enhance the experience, right? So this experience actually matters a lot when you are going for any kind of vacation or something else. So that's why the interaction is important. And yeah, the challenge is all about the diverse destination studies. See, we take almost 3 to 4 months for this study, but we only can cover the one place like Sundarban, right? But we have lots of other places like Bandarban is there, Khagrachuri, Shajek was there, but we couldn't reach. Why? Because most of the people don't know about those places also, and we have the issues to go there. The funding is also the issue. So it's all about like we need to explore. So destination, when we make it big, then actually we have the chances. And the second is the conceptual framework refinement. Because see, what is happening that when a country, small country like Bangladesh you can say, or Sri Lanka, when you don't have that much infrastructure or something like else to promote the tourism in the big level, then I believe the one concept will work until you make it, fake it. That means, okay, the big countries are there, so whatever they're doing, try to just make it by your concept, so that actually you can grow your tourism or your communication, each and everything in the rural places also. So that's how I believe the challenges and the future prospects, each and everything will work. And yeah, I didn't take much time, I believe. So talking about the conclusion, I believe that in Bangladesh there are lots of places that are actually really beautiful. We are a small country, it's true, but there are actually beautiful things in my country. Like I have already mentioned, Sundarban is there, Bandarban, Khagrachuri, lots of the things are there. And most beautifully, the people are the most beautiful thing I believe in my country. So yeah, each and everyone is welcome in my country, and whoever will be there, I will be really gladful to be there. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity, and especially Dr. Kitiranjan Sahu sir, because he tries a lot to actually engage us in this podium. So if any question is there, I believe you guys can. Yes, please.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Sheikh Junaid Nadeem. So my question is, what are the basic things which like needs to be changed to grow the rural tourism faster?
Okay. This question is actually about that how we are growing, how we will go for the big commercialization of any kind of rural places, right? See, the answer was first in our one of the prominent professor was there. Sir was already said that when there is the media, right? Because see, in my country also there are some people who actually fond of lot of tourism. So they whatever they did that, okay, they were going any places, they make a drone shot, make it commercialize, and that's what happening that, okay, when you're seeing it, oh my God, this is beautiful, right? So this is how I believe this works, because you can't actually expect that government will penetrate into each and every places, right? It's not possible. So it's our duty that, okay, when I am exploring this kind of thinking, I need to make it public, then the public will approach, then we have to coming through some, you can say, the rules, responsibilities. So this is actually, you can say a flow chart, right? So you are going somewhere, you are actually, you are aware that, okay, if I am exploring something, you need to make it public, you need to make the promotion. After the promotion, there will be some organizations and or whoever will have the money, they will try to make it big. So this is how the things will work. So nothing else that must matter. Everyone says that government will do everything, but it's not possible. You also know that, right? So it's our duty to basically enhance all the things, because if we initiate, the government will also be responsible for this. So yeah, that's the thing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So any other questions? I believe no question, because it's a short enough time. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum.
At I'd like to please call upon Ms. Shada Ghosh to please felicitate our guest.
I think we are still running short of time. Instead of giving my comment, I am only holding the time. So next presenting team, please stick to 3 minutes, at best 4 minutes, not more than that. Please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'll not be taking much time. I'll just introduce this topic and then my peer is going to take it up. So thank you, IHM. Thank you, for giving us this podium to showcase this research paper. And today, my peer, Kharbela Rot, of course, with the help of Dr. P.R. Shahu, we are going to present a research paper on a cross-sectional study to understand the motivation and attitude of tourists towards agritourism. This presentation gives an overview about the current exploration in this area of research. Now, coming to what is agritourism. Agritourism is, a specific type of tourism that includes visiting farms and other agricultural settings. It includes activities such as, picking fruits and vegetables, visiting farm animals, going on farm tours, local food testing, selling sustainable souvenirs, participating in such workshops and demonstration. It gives us that whole experience from a farm to a table. Now, here, the most important thing is that we have to motivate agri-tourists about sustainability, as it is essential to promote responsible and environment-friendly agri-tourism practices. The result of this cross-sectional study provides valuable insights into the motivation and attitude of tourists towards agri-tourism. Agritourism can be a valuable tool for local economic development. It can provide farmers with a new source of income, create jobs, and boost the tax revenue. It can also attract new businesses, preserve local communities, and educate the public about agriculture. As the world's population continues to grow, the demand for food is also expected to grow. Agritourism can play an important role in ensuring that our food supply is sustainable and our rural communities thrive. So with this, I will like to welcome Kharbela to cover the rest of the research presentation.
So thank you, ma'am. Before I start, actually, I want to say that this paper is a bit technical. This is not like, the presentation they have, already presented. So our topic is a, So our topic is a cross-sectional study to understand the motivation and attitude of tourists towards agritourism. So I think the word is cross-sectional study means this is a kind of, quantitative study where, we just went to the place and distribute our questionnaire and we collect data. Then we go for our, report writing and everything. So as you know, ma'am have already covered the introduction. So I will start with, next, that is, research gap actually. So what is the research gap actually, we identified that, based on the literature review, these are the following research gaps we identified that, as per the literature, ample of research has been conducted to understand the various aspects of, agritourism, like what is the importance of rural tourism, okay, what is the, intention of visitors to, visit different, agricultural destination, and distribution channel of, different kind of, distribution aspects of, agritourism. But, very limited studies are available to understand what is the motivational factor and attitude of tourists towards agritourism, rural tourism, or basically agritourism. And as we know that India is the rich in agriculture with the majority of the population staying in rural area. So it is very much important that we should understand the what are the motivational factors that influence our urban people to go for the to go to the rural areas or agricultural destination, and what are the basically what is the psychography of this agro-tourist we need to understand, because this is the research gap we identified from our literature review. Then a research question, right? So on the basis of our research gap, we propose these two research questions. Means basically in this study we try to answer these two research questions. First one is, what are the motivational factors that influence the visitors for agritourism? And our second research question is, how these motivational factors influence the various attitude towards agritourism. Next is the objective of the study. Based on the research question, we propose two objectives, that is to explore the motivational factors through literature review and empirically, means statistically validate these factors which are responsible for agritourism. Yeah. So then we empirically examine the impact of these factors with attitudes of attitude towards agritourism. Then next is come to direct to this model that we have proposed this model that these are the in left side actually these are the factors which influence two types of attitude, that is attitude towards agritourism, and next one is attitude towards info seeking. And the factors that influence this attitude is tourist agri-products related motivation, then push and pull motivation, then tourist lifestyle. Next please. So these are the operational definition of these variables. First one is tourist agri products related motivation, that is the motivation to taste, experiment and purchase agri-foods exclusively available in a particular place. Then push and pull motivation, that is the combination of both internal and external factors that motivate a person. Then lifestyle, that is the interest, opinion and behavior of an individual which influence him to or for agritourism. Next is methodology. As I said that this is a cross-sectional study, and we just focus on Daringbadi because we found that this is a very ideal agri-tourist tourism place, because most of the people go there for the turmeric and coffee. So, and we collected data, primary data, then we put a survey, then we collected data through questionnaire, and we collected data from 113 visitors. Then we used some regression techniques to test this hypothesis. Next please. So first data analysis is the demographic profile. Actually whatever we have taken that the demographic of these respondents. Yes, so next please. So this is the validity and reliability of the study, because before we go for the testing the hypothesis, we done validity and reliability. So next. So you can see that all the hypotheses we have taken or assumed that is supported by our data. So next please. So findings of the study. So we found that the main or you can say that the primary factor that influence for agrotourism among all individuals we have surveyed, that is the curiosity towards agricultural products. Like if in Daringbadi, most of the people go to see the in the coffee production, like they want to buy turmeric. After that they also interested for to buy, let's say, black peppers. Okay, so these are the motivational factors that most of the people for agritourism. Next, both there motivational factors like push and pull motivation. Like push means there curiosity, knowledge, everything. And pull motivation means the destination, like suppose in Daringbadi, how these farmers are producing, how they are cultivating. All these pull factors that influence these tourists to come and explore. And last one is the lifestyle. So we found that, lifestyle means what is the knowledge, okay, belief, culture, that also, influence the tourist to, to visit that, place or Daringbadi. So in conclusion, we can say that, push and pull motivation that, influence the, influence the visitors to, visit, different, different agricultural destination. So as we believe that, this study also, contribute to the body of knowledge in the literature on agritourism. And this study also help, farm managers and government to, better understand the agri-tourist and help them to, better, in a better way they can, serve the tourist, tourist so that, they can attract more number of tourists. So thank you. So if any question.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, sir. I'd like to... Is there anyone from the audience who would like to pose any questions? No? Moving on, I'd like to request... Someone is asking?
Hello.
Okay, there you go.
Yes.
Is there any urgent need of youth in this context?
Please.
Sir, is there any need of youth in this context? Urgent need of youth?
Is there any need?
Yes, sir.
Oh, youth. You're talking about youth.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, because we in our study we found that the maximum visitors are within the 20 to 31 years age bracket. So I think these these young age this young age in the young age most of the people explore this agri-tourism because Gen X and Gen Y and Gen Z people are more curious for agri-tourism. So as you know, the India is a India has the highest demographic dividend, means most of the Indians are young. So I think this will help to means to attract more agri-tourists.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
And I would now like to request our principal ma'am to please felicitate our guest.
We are going for the last physical presentation now, and then we'll be online. Okay. So I request the presenter to present, try to present within that time limit of 3 minutes. I know it is very difficult to cope up. Please come.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Kumar Gaurav, would like to present a paper on case study on sustainable livelihood of women of rural area of Odisha on millet-based business. I am very much connected with this research work as I have been consistently imparting training to different WSHG, that is Women's Self-Help Group, from different cafe, tiffin centers, outlets running in Odisha since last 3.5 years in collaboration with Odisha government. Talking about millets, millets are group of small seeded grasses that are cultivated as staple crops in many parts of the world. In Odisha also, it is cultivated and consumed as a staple crop in many districts like Ganjams, Keonjhars, Koraputs. But the most important part is nowadays women came out from their houses and taken initiative and introduced these millets in their business plans, and making themselves very much empowered and self-independent. Objective of my research work is to evaluate the existing livelihood scenario and to look at business opportunity based on millets. Many authors, researchers have done the research and on millets, different aspects of millets, of which Mr. Gupta has focused on nutritional value of the millets. Many studies have highlighted the importance of empowerment of women in millets business also. So coming to the research methodology, qualitative research has been conducted in which some unstructured questionnaire has been designed to frame the conceptual work of this research. So there are a few questions I'm going to discuss with you which are designed to analyze the data collections. Number one, what kind of millet-based business are you involved? Mostly the respondents are involved in the both millet-based products, manufacturing and selling both. Number two, how did you get involved in the business? Almost all the respondents got involved in the millet-based business through training program. Some of them also got into the business through family, tradition, and self-initiative also. Number three, how do you market and sell your millet products? 80% of respondents sell their products in local market and 20% of them wholesale their products. Number four, is your involvement in the millet-based business impacted on your livelihood? All the respondents are involved in the millet-based, which has created a significant role on their livelihoods. Number five, has it enabled you to generate sustainable source of income? Millet-based has enabled all the respondents, all the women to generate sustainable source of income. Last questions, what we have designed. In what ways do you practice sustainability in millet-based business? Mostly the respondents follow organic ways in preparations and selling of products. As we know that millets consumes very less water for irrigations, and we can do the crop cultivation, cultivation on rotation wise also. So we have found different practices has been adopted by women to make themselves empowered and to run their business ventures. Coming to the conclusion part, we can say millets has potential to run the business, to empower the women, and to make them economically independent. Currently in Odisha, there are 155 millet-based tiffin centers, 8 cafes, 6 outlets, and 6 food on wheels are running, functioning, and they are generating more than 5 crores of revenue in a year. Even they are exporting the millet-based product to different countries. Recently, they have exported millet-based product to Dubai and Germany also. Thank you very much. Any question, please? Thank you.
This is not my question actually, sir. Hello. Actually, your presentation about millet specially.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And before presentation, actually presented by Kharwal Raut and colleagues. Actually, it is as a learner, what I think, because I am a member of IHM community. Presently, I am working in IIT Bhubaneswar, and it is a great motivation for us, not only SAR, especially students. Okay, because how many millets name actually we are known. Okay, so it is if we just study about millets, because हम काम करते हैं, हम पढ़ाई करते हैं, but on we are studying, we are researching about that, but actually how many millets names actually we are known. Okay, so we just especially this message to students, especially we are hotel management student especially. So competition of this workshop or international conference, and try to know about some millets name, and this is a great motivation for us, and this is about on local to vocal. हम जानेंगे तो फिर आगे बढ़ेंगे.
Yes, sir. Shall I tell the names also? No?
Yes, Manoj Kumar Sahu.
Yes, yes. In Odisha, we cultivate more than 7 millets. Like first one is the finger millets, which we call it mandia. In Hindi, we call it ragi. We have the pearl millet, that is bajra. We have the sargam millet, that is jowar, in Hindi and Odia both. And we have the proso also, which is called in local language chinna. We have the kodo millets, okay? And then we also have foxtail millet, which is called kangu in Odia and kangni in Hindi.
Kangulo, actually that is kangu.
Kangu. And little millets, that is swa, which is called like a local name. We also call same swa in Hindi also. So we have 7 to 8 varieties of millets. If you like in Rajasthan and Gujarat, you get the like very good quality of millets. They have some more also, but in Odisha we have 7 to 8 varieties of millets. Some research work is going on, and very soon we'll get one more, some hybrid kind of millet which is bigger in size, and we can use in the commercial operation also.
Okay, sir. Okay, thank you, thank you. This is
Thank you very much.
Now I'd request our principal madam to please come up on stage and give our guest the certificates. Thank you so much, sir. The rest of the presenters are joining us in online mode. Next, we have Dr. Ankit Agarwal, School of Studies in Tourism and Travel Management, Jivaji University, Gwalior, Madhya Pradesh. His paper will be on Barana, a way towards rural tourism development. Sir.
Online, has she come online? She will be soon, yeah. Invite all four.
Joining us next, we have Ms. Sudipta Saha Gure, Senior Lecturer, IHM Kolkata. The topic, an imperial study of rural tourism as a sustainable development alternative in Purulia, West Bengal. And also the last would be Hamza Khan, Junior Research Fellow, Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Jamia Millia Islamia, a Central University, New Delhi, India. Paper on tourists' motivation for eco-friendly accommodation, a study based on Basseywood resorts.
So once again, due to paucity of time, we'll request all the online presenters to present within the time frame of 3 minutes each, right? And please come to your findings and your suggestions. Yeah, am I audible to you? Am I audible to you? Yes. Okay, once again I request all the presenters, I believe all the online presenters, to stick to the time frame of 3 minutes. Only speak about your findings and your finer suggestions, maybe 1 or 2 points, but please stick to the timeline of 3 minutes. We are running short of time. Is that okay? Yes, sir. I want to know the presentation we shared from I don't suggest you to go for the PPTs straight away. We would love to see you. You can only straight away come to your findings and your suggestions, right? So you can read it out or you can discuss within time frame of 3 minutes. That would be good, I believe, instead of going for a PPT and we don't see you much, right? Thank you. Thank you. So we got your findings. Thank you very much for presenting. We are running short of time. Once again, I thank you from on behalf of IHM and on my behalf. Thank you. So we'll go to the next presenter. Please.
Good afternoon, sir. Respected dignitaries, all the faculty members, all my dear students, I, Riaz, faculty member of Institute of Hotel Management, Kolkata. Today I am going to present a research topic that is an empirical study of rural tourism as a sustainable development alternative in tourism. So background of the research, this research basically it has the different objectives. So first of all, this is a statistical that we are going to present over here to collect the information of the rural tourism. What are the scopes that are provide an overview to how these particular research destinations that are going to helpful to the peoples, those who are there in the Purulia. So first of all, I want to tell about a small introduction. Purulia district is one of the 23 districts of the West Bengal that state in eastern India. Purulia is recorded as the oldest place in the West Bengal, existed even in the 5th century AD, and used an important center of the 16 Mahajanpadas. So this particular research are going to help to the rural tourism that are act as an sustainable development alternatives in the Purulia districts. Rural tourism, how it creates the employability to the persons those who are working over there, and most prominent that the person those who are working like the youth generation, how this rural tourism that gives the employment opportunity. Apart from the employment opportunity, the persons they are with the new business opportunities. So these are some introductions. Now we talk about how we are going to reach to Purulia. So from Kolkata, it is 323 kilometers away from the state capital of Kolkata, and this Purulia it is well connected with the NH32. So you will find this is the NH32 roadways. So it is connecting to the Burdwan, the Durgapur, Raniganj, and it is also connecting to the Ranchi. That is the capital of Jharkhand. The prospect of district Purulia to have a sustainable development due to the rural development that is being justified under the following circumstances. First one is the advantageous the geographical location. So this particular Purulia district it is being located in such a place whereas all the road transport and the railways transportation it is very well connected. So the people they are residing in that particular location, for them it is very easier and they are inviting the tourists from that particular place. So another one, diversified tourist attractions. So for the tourist attractions there are many more hills and jungles, dams and barns, archaeological heritage sites, then recreational activities areas like I can give you some example for these areas like the Ayodhya Hills, Gajbaru Hills, Surulia, Garpanchkot, Rakhavan, Varanti, Goldanga. These are the particular picnic spots and villages basically that attract the tourists more. Apart from that, the folk and the culture, so we are all aware about the Chow. Chow is basically it is a folk dance that is being performed in the Purulias. And presently this Chow dance it got the popularity in the international world. So this particular Chow dance earlier it was on the basis of the rituals. Alright. So whatever the festivals that is being celebrated like Durga Puja and all. So earlier it was only basis on the pujas and all.
Mr. Sudipta, I'm sorry to intervene and interrupt. We are running short of time. Please come to the conclusion and wind up in a minute time. Thank you.
Yes, sir, please. So these are some physical infrastructure and human resources also. This is a small map that you will find Purulia. Now we will talk about the research methodology. So basically there are two research, the two type of the questionnaire. It was prepared. One is for the resident that the peoples they were residing in the locals. So how these rural tourism that are going to be benefited for them. And another one like the make my trip or the business travelers, how they are finding this particular Purulia for more attractive for the in terms of the tourists. Another one we conduct the interviews, we do the telephonics, calling and random sampling. Random convenience sampling we have followed in this particular research methodology. We collected the primary data and the secondary data. And employment. So in this basis also we have collected the questionnaire. Now we come to the direct conclusion. So conclusion, we are aware about that the Purulia, it has the red soil. So rainfall in this particular area, it is very low, although whatever the villages or the agriculture land or the farms which are located near to the rivers and the bank, that have the minimum area of the agriculture, but basically they are going to depend on the God only. So basically this particular tourism, if we talk about this rural tourism, so it can be a helpful or a measurement for the Purulias, the person those they are residing in the Purulias, really this particular rural tourism it can help them. Thank you so much for my answer.
Thank you. So, due to paucity of time, we will not take any question, and we'll go to the next presenter. Please. If the next presenter, if you don't mind, you need not run your PPT. You just come to the conclusion and your suggestions. Right? So, time frame for you is also 3 minutes. Thank you.
So, I hope I am audible, sir. Hello, I am audible, sir.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
Sir, I will take just a small time, not that too much. So, let just begin fastly. A very warm good afternoon to the session here and all the guests who are presenting here. My name is Hamza Khan, and I am a junior research fellow with the Department of Tourism and Hospitality Management, Jammu and Kashmir. So, today it's my pleasure to be presenting the paper Tourist Motivation for Eco-Friendly Accommodation, a study of Pacific Resort. Basically, this is a working chapter, and today just I will take something. So the first thing, that is the background of the study. So why I choose this topic? As we all know that planet Earth environment has been undergoing enormous changes over recent decades. Tourism, which represents 10% of the global GDP and is responsible for 5% of global CO2 emissions, and of which 1% attribute to the accommodation facilities. It is basically causing more threat to the environment because of the extensive
Thank you very much. If any question we can take, that's okay. So, yeah, we had during the session we had 7 presentation, 4 physical and 3 online mode, and among the presenters they discussed various aspects rural tourism in the global scenario like Costa Rica, Bangladesh and India, and there are also we discussed about food tourism like millet, and then we discussed about destination tourism in West Bengal and elsewhere and in Delhi and all this. We are pleased to note that research scholars and other presenters, they are working in very diverse field of rural tourism. It's a host, guest relationship and so on and so forth. And we'll wind up the session at this moment, and I pass on the mic to the host to take it on forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I would like to humbly invite Mrs. Shada Ghosh to kindly join us on the stage and present the esteemed guests with a token of love and appreciation from IHM Bhubaneswar family. Thank you so much, sir. Now I now cordially invite Ms. Arya Kumari Panigrahi, ex-faculty IHM Bhubaneswar, to come on stage and say a few words. Would you like to sit, ma'am? Would you like to sit and talk with the mic?
No, no. Thank you all. I love my institute, and Sarda is doing very wonderful. Last 2 years I haven't seen her. The other one, our like seminar was also excellent, and this time also it is organized so nicely. And this is the Golden Jubilee year. So I just know that from the beginning when it started, we have 3 faculties, those who are still like they are superannuated in last decade. So one is Mr. S.M. Siddiq, who is here, Miss Premlata Panda, and Rohit Naik. They continued in this institute, and when it started, Mr. S.M. Ghani, he was the principal of this institute. That was Foodcraft Institute. So 1973, 3rd September it started, and then he was here for about 5 to 6 years. Then Mr. B.P. Tripathi took over, and then continued till 2010. So during that particular period, we were in 80-81, we started with our first batch diploma. Then it continued, and within 5-6 years, central government took over, and then after that it continued till date. And after Sharda, she joined this institute. She has actually, again, she started the new course, that is our MSc, and now most of our faculty members, they are actually doing their PhD work, and I hope that students also, they will do well under these actually new faculties, those who have joined. Thank you very much.
like to call our principal ma'am on stage to felicitate Miss Arya Panigrahi.
And I thought that you were from some other institute or MC, but you're doing so well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be dispersing for the lunch break. Let us assemble back sharp by 2:30 p.m. Enjoy your lunch. Thank you. I would like to request the students of Vivekananda Hotel Management School and Prabhuji English Medium School to kindly proceed for lunch at the student cafeteria. And I would like to request the students of IHM Bhubaneswar to kindly guide them for the same.
दे दे क्या हम Hello, check.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yeah, I'll ask everyone. अरे यहाँ पे आते ही बंद हो जाता है भाई.
Hello, hello.
हेलो हेलो सर मैंने होटल मैनेजमेंट इसलिए ज्वाइन किया सर क्योंकि मेरे पूरे फैमिली है वो सब होटल मैनेजमेंट के
Maintain silence,
मतलब
please.
होटल मैनेजमेंट से ही रिलेटेड है सब. सर मेरे को बचपन से खाना बनाने का शौक था इसलिए मैंने होटल मैनेजमेंट ज्वाइन किया. खाना बनाने का शौक था तो दोस्तों के लिए भी बना सकते थे. जो राम जेठमलानी जो थे वो पार्टी होस्ट करते थे अपने दोस्तों के लिए बनाते थे. ही वॉज एडवोकेट सो व्हाई नॉट. सर मैं इससे पहले होटल मैनेजमेंट ज्वाइन करने से पहले सर मैं 9 साल पहले खुद का केटरिंग चला रहा था. ओह ग्रेट. फिर उसके बाद मेरे को लगा कि मेरे को इसको अपना जॉब को प्रोफेशनल में बदलना चाहिए इसलिए मैंने होटल मैनेजमेंट ज्वाइन किया. गुड. हाँ इधर से तुम हाथ उठाए थे. कौन उठा रहा? तुमने क्यों ज्वाइन किया?
सर मेरा इंटरेस्ट था.
अरे बोलो ना कम ऑन. अब देखो धीरे धीरे भागने लगे कि मेरे पास ना आ जाए. बोलो.
सर मेरा इंटरेस्ट था कि मतलब सर मतलब आया था कि होटल मैनेजमेंट में कुछ सीख के जाऊंगा मतलब जैसे कुछ घूमने
तो कुछ भी लॉ भी करते तो कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन सीख के जाते. फिर
लेकिन सर मैं फिलहाल में ट्रैवल करने के लिए आया हूँ मतलब कुछ चीज़ों को जानने आया हूँ नए नए चीज़ों को कि मतलब हो क्या रहा है आज की जनरेशन में.
और तुम्हें क्यों लगता है कि ये तुम्हारे लिए बेस्ट प्रोफेशन है? क्या क्वालिटी है?
सर यहाँ पे इवेंट्स होते हैं. इवेंट्स होता है यहाँ पे.
हाँ.
नए नई चीज़ें सीखने को मिलता है.
हाँ.
और फैकल्टी भी थोड़ा हेल्प करते हैं सब चीज़ों पे. तो सर वही.
और
सर मतलब जैसे आज हो रहा है सर आज जैसे गोल्डन जुबली का आज हो रहा है प्रोग्राम.
जो शर्माते
यहाँ पे सब कॉन्फ्रेंस हो रहा है मतलब बड़े बड़े आईएचएम से जो प्रिंसिपल आ रहे हैं वो हमको बता रहे हैं.
मैं कहाँ से हैं?
अभी हैं सर.
कहाँ के बताओ. नहीं नहीं.
Let me introduce Sir Dr. Nitish Srivastav, one of the most legendary
Okay, sorry, sir. Mr. Pulak Mandal, okay. Mr. Dhiman Banerjee, Mr. Vishal Kalia, Mr. Bhupesh. Thank you, sir.
Check, check. A very good afternoon, everyone, all dignitaries, guests, and welcome to the plenary session of the conference. I would like to begin the session by cordially inviting our distinguished guest, Mr. Orghut Chakraborty, Independent Director Advisor of Zenith Leisure Holidays Limited and erstwhile Principal of IHM Gurdaspur, Mr. Pulak Mondol, Principal IHM Hajipur, Mr. Dhiman Banerjee, Principal IHM Bodh Gaya, Dr. Bhupesh Kumar, Principal IHM Ranchi, and Mr. Vishal Kalia, Principal CIHM Chandigarh, to kindly come onto the dais and take their designated seats. I would humbly request Mrs. Sharda Ghosh to please come on stage and honor our esteemed guest with a small token of our appreciation. करके वापस से It is my pleasure to welcome Mr. Orgo Chakraborty, Independent Director cum Advisor to Zenith Leisure Holidays Limited and erstwhile Principal of IHM Gurdaspur, is an alumni of IHM Bhubaneswar with over 3 decades of enriched accomplishment in both industry and academia. He had been nominated member of Ministry of Tourism, Government of India and Punjab government on the board of IHM Kolkata and IHM Bhatinda, respectively, member of Hotel and Restaurant Classification Committee, etc. Mr. Pulok Mondol, he has done diploma in hotel management and MBA with specialization with HR and alumnus of IHM Kolkata. He has experience of more than 3 decades in hospitality education. His area of interest is food production. He has actively participated in a number of MDP programs, seminars, conferences, etc. in reputed institutes. He has published many research papers, articles, etc. in reputed journals. He is also recipient of National Award for Best Teacher by MOT and GOI. He has also been certified and qualified learning facilitator QLF by Eco Hotelier de Lausanne, Switzerland. Mr. Dhiman Banerjee, born and brought up in Jamalpur, Bihar, did his schooling from KV Jamalpur, graduated from IHM Bhubaneswar in the year 1988, Masters in Tourism Management, MTM, from Madurai Kamraj University in the year 2010, and DTS and DOT from Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Thames Valley University, London. He has been in hotel operations for approximately 35 years and been in service in reputed India and international hotels and brands such as ITDC Ashok, and worked with Master Chef Sanjeev Kapoor in Samrat, New Delhi. He has been also responsible for academics and has worked in esteemed educational groups such as IIAS International University, ITM, IHM Raipur, JHTC, as at the JP Palace Hotel and Convention Center, Agra, SIHM, Balangir, Orissa. Currently, he is serving IHM Bodh Gaya as Principal cum Secretary. Dr. Bhupesh Kumar, Principal Institute of Hotel Management, Catering Technology and Applied Nutrition, IHM, Ranchi, is an alumni of the Institute of Hotel Management, Catering Technology and Applied Nutrition, Bhubaneswar. He is having a good experience of 24 years in academics and training. He has completed PhD in Tourism and Hospitality discipline on Crisis Management in Hotel from IGNOU. He has done Master's degree in Tourism Management from MK University. He has published research works in international journal on different topics like service quality in hotel, HR issues, and crisis management, etc. He has authored manuscripts on various hotel management subjects for Frank Bros Publishers. He has been awarded as an Best Educator in Hospitality Education by International Society for Hospitality Education and Hospitality Conclave, held in IEC College, Greater Noida, UP, India on 18th October 2016. And last, Mr. Vishal Kalyash, who will be acting as a moderator for this session. He has done MSc in Hotel Management, Catering Technology and Tourism, Punjab Technical University, Chandigarh 2019, Diploma in Training and Development, Bachelor's of Arts, and he is a senior lecturer in CIHM Chandigarh. Welcome, sir. Principal, sir. Principal.
Thank you so much, distinguished members on the dais. We've been listening about rural tourism and alternative accommodation since yesterday. And the topic given to us today is to talk about local cuisine. I would like to start with Mr. Orgo Chakraborty. Sir, you've been in Punjab for the last 12 years now. So how do you rate and how do you, what role do you think does the local cuisine play while attracting tourists to a particular city? So since you've been in Punjab, so tell us about Punjab and the place where you've been.
First of all, thank you for giving me the opportunity, Sharda. Sharda, madam. Okay. this panel is heavily tilted in the sense we have heavily tilted towards the alumni because we a majority of the this team belongs to the alumnus of this college one.
This is a alumni team, yes, it's a very strong team.
Okay. As I get back to the point, the question, if I flip the question for a moment, just think whether the culture, traditions has the influence on the local cuisine or the local cuisine has the influence on the culture and tradition of the place. It is such that it is so ingrained, the DNA, it is so much ingrained in the DNA of the culture and traditions, food is an integral part. So it is very difficult to distinguish. Now you talk about specifically about Punjab. It's not Punjab alone. It is just a influence, strong influence of the region because of a lot of factors which influence. To my mind, ethnicity, the influence of being in the north also, even Punjab has different regional cuisine. For example, in the Doaba region or the region close to, say, Pakistan border has lot of influence of, like I am in Gurdaspur, so it is closer to Pakistan. So the influence of food is in that region is different, even to your Chandigarh area. The reason, so there is sub areas. It's not the Punjab in general. And going specifically for Punjab, I will say Punjabi food has, like, there are two cuisines which has you find worldwide, wherever in and Europe, we have traveled wherever in Europe or any other continent in the world, we find Punjabis have influenced a lot. Everybody knows. Actually, these are known facts. Like for example, in Paris, if you want to have, I don't know, somebody, okay, we had, I remember we were looking for, basically we wanted a joint where we could eat with hand and rice because we have been on bread for so many days. So somebody said, oh, sir, it is available, so easy. Then we Googled, we found Shravan Bhavana location, that outlet, and we enjoyed our meal. At least we felt that, oh my God, after so many days we could have, we could eat with hand and Indian food. The point is that time has changed. Now, everything is available everywhere, but for example, recently I was in Thailand, where I could notice that in the restaurants also, Punjabi songs are going on. Punjabi songs are actually, the beats are also there. The influence of Punjabi, Punjab ethnicity is there pan-world. So the point is, in Punjab, there is one tourist spot which attracts everybody, particularly the NRIs, other than the domestic travelers, that is Golden Temple. Everybody knows. So the Amritsari cuisine actually as such has influenced mostly pan-world. And about dhabas and all these things are different, I mean that culture. But if you ask me specifically, I have told you whatever I wanted to say. If you want anything specific, more specific, because it's a very known fact. You want anything specific?
Specifically from the city of Amritsar, if you can give some example, that particular dish or particular ingredient which is very popular.
अभी खाया अमृतसरी फिश में खा गया. And dal makhani actually वो specific to Punjab नहीं है, because this has also influence. आप अगर देखोगे अब दाल बुखारा भी branded कर दिया, उसको influence कर. तो दाल मखनी is pan world famous. तो इसको अभी restrict नहीं कर सकते हैं. बहुत सारा cuisine है. रसगुल्ला we restricted to Bengal, but it's not that. जो GI tag लगा होगा, but चारों ओर, everywhere it is there.
But what we've seen as far as Amritsar is concerned, that a lot of people have opened their own eateries and they've all become popular.
Sorry, I didn't get it.
A lot of people in the recent past have opened a lot of small restaurants, small pickup joints, and they become popular. So people who visit Amritsar these days, they specifically want to go to that place.
Okay. Those things are there. Kesar da Rawa, everybody knows. So I think actually for the audience, everybody, if you have not visited those places, it is difficult. But otherwise, I can name 10 best outlets. That will not influence them. I mean, basically, you want to say, कि भाई हाँ, whenever you talk about Punjabi food, we always know that it is the influence, particularly in what do you call tandoor, which is the best in India. There is no doubt about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. Thank you for your views. Mr. Polak Patel, Principal, IHM Hajipur, sir, I would like to request you to kindly give your thoughts about local cuisine as far as Lucknow is concerned. So we from Amritsar, from Punjab to move to UP, and we want to know your views as far as local cuisine is concerned. How does it attract a lot of tourists?
Well, although I don't belong to Lucknow, but most of my time, almost 3 decades, I stayed in Lucknow. And as you all know that Lucknow is known as city of Nawabs and foodies paradise. Lucknow is known as foodies paradise. And you see, when we talk about local food or local cuisine depicts the culture and traditions of that particular region. So, if someone has to promote the destination tourism, the tourist has to, come down to that particular place to enjoy the local dishes. For example, if someone has to enjoy Nihari Kulcha, then they have to go to Rahim's. Nihari Kulcha is very famous in Lucknow. And Tunde Kebab, all of you know, all must be knowing about Tunde Kebab, very popular not only in Lucknow but very popular globally also. And other kebabs like Galawati Kebab, Shirmal, biryanis, Idris ki biryani, Prakash Kulfi, they are all very popular in Lucknow, and tourists not only from India, from abroad, they all come down to enjoy those particular dishes in Lucknow, and they enjoy the taste of those food items. And Lucknow is also very famous in terms of street food. Okay. So, regarding some of the barriers what we face in promoting these local cuisine, to preserve the local cuisine, for example, when you talk about the lack of awareness, even today many people, they do not have the proper awareness or the knowledge about the historical importance of the local food. So, raising the awareness and letting them know about the importance of the cuisine also, acts as a very big hurdle. Then we can talk about the certification process, because all the vendors are very small food vendors. They do not have enough money to have those food licenses. So they face financial issues, also financial problems. There's also a very big barrier to promote and preserve the local cuisine, as well as the supply chain and distribution channels. This is also one of the biggest hurdle, because of the local foods is prepared and consumed at that place only. So it does not have to move to a long distance. So thereby we reduce the carbon footprints, and of course due to lack of distribution channels and financial problems, the food cannot be transported to the long distance, and for marketing purpose also. Apart from that, we have seen that lack of culinary skills. As you all know that this culinary skills, means major, regions, you'll find that the skill is coming down from generation to generations. Like in Lucknow, if you talk about those kebab preparations, those families who are involved since long and they are still, doing. But nowadays the trend is slightly changing. The young generation, they are not taking interest in learning those skills. So thereby, losing the, culinary skills. So this is also one of the barrier in terms of promoting and preserving the local cuisines. And of course, the changing, customer taste is also one of the barrier in promoting the local cuisines. And environmental factors also plays a very big role because there are certain dishes, certain ingredients which causes some kind of health hazards. So this is also, one of the barrier in promoting the local cuisines. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Manu, for giving us details about the challenges that local cuisine face and how they actually influence tourism. I now move forward to Mr. Banerjee. Mr. Banerjee, can you share an example of any local dish or ingredient from your area which has gained international achievement, international acclaim? So people look forward for that. And how does this help the agriculture of that area?
Thank you, Mr. Kalia. Good evening to all of you, those who are present here. I would like to seek Mr. Kalia's permission to speak in Hindi. I believe post-lunch session to discuss about food, to wake all you up, it is better to use the language we understand more, that is Hindi.
Yes, please.
तो मैं ये बताना चाहूँगा कि मेरा लोकल एरिया बड़ा डिफ़िकल्ट है इस तरह बोलना. मैं बिहार का मुंगेर ज़िला जमालपुर शहर का पैदाइश हूँ और वहीं पे पला बड़ा. भुवनेश्वर से मैंने इसी कॉलेज से अपना होटल मैनेजमेंट का कोर्स किया. तो उड़ीसा इज़ रादर एम्बेडेड इन मी और मैंने अपना जीवन का कुछ अंश गुड़गांव में, कुछ अंश रायपुर में, कभी मैं भिलाई में, बहुत सारे जगह जगह पे रहा मैं. और फाइनली पिछला 8-10 साल मैं फिर से उड़ीसा में रहा, बलांगीर में, और अभी मैं बिहार में हूँ. तो बिहार का एक बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट डिश है लिट्टी चोखा. लिट्टी चोखा जितना स्वादिष्ट है उतना ही पोषक भी है. लिट्टी चोखा पूरे देश में किसी न किसी रूप में पाया जाता है. कहीं पे सत्तू भरा हुआ पराठा, तो कहीं लिट्टी चोखा, तो कहीं पे दाल बाटी चूरमा में भी सत्तू भरा हुआ मिलता है. हालांकि उसका भी बहुत सारे फॉर्म्स हैं. तो लिट्टी चोखा एक, आज मैं कहूँ तो एक इंटरनेशनल डिश बनता जा रहा है. और इसकी पहचान जब थोड़ा सा आप रिसर्च करोगे तो आपको भी पता लग जाएगा. ये एक अभूतपूर्व, बहुत ही स्वादिष्ट और बहुत बढ़िया व्यंजन है. जब मैं पहला दिन बिहार में कदम रखा तो मेरे सीनियर्स मुझे लेके गए सेक्रेटरीट में, वहाँ पे सिग्नेचर वगैरह करवाना था. और बाहर निकल के जनरली हम लोग सबको ट्रीट देते हैं, तो मुझसे ट्रीट मांगा गया कि आप ट्रीट दो. तो मैं बोला चलिए किसी मिठाई की दुकान में चलते हैं. तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं, यहाँ का फेमस लिट्टी चोखा सेक्रेटरीट के बाहर में ही मिलता है, सड़क छाप, बेहतरीन क्वालिटी, उम्दा क्वालिटी लिट्टी चोखा. और इस लिट्टी चोखा का स्वाद आज भी मुझे याद है. मैं भी अपने कॉलेज में इतना अच्छा लिट्टी चोखा नहीं बना पाता हूँ. पता नहीं वो क्या इंग्रेडिएंट डालते थे. लिट्टी चोखा के साथ एग्रीकल्चरल प्रमोशन किस तरह होता है मैं ये भी बता दूँ. सत्तू चने से बनता है और पूरे बिहार में एक ये फैशन है. अब मैं कहूँगा ये फैशन है, पूरे बिहार में ये एक फैशन है कि चना उगाया जाता है, घोड़ों को भी खिलाया जाता है और खुद भी खाते हैं लोग. मैं भी खाता हूँ. तो चना एक उत्कृष्ट उत्पादन है, बिहार का कृषि उपज है, जो कि इंटरनेशनली फेमस भी होता जा रहा है. चना का तो बहुत कुछ बनता है. चना का चिप्स भी बनता है. चना जोर गरम भी बहुत फेमस है डिशेस रास्ते में भी आपको ट्रेन में भी मिल जाएगा. Bengalis will know, we call it घोटी गौरम. That is a special typical thing made out of chana only. तो इस तरह की चीज़ें चना से बनती है. चना का एक बहुत बड़ा इकोनॉमिकल इम्पैक्ट है. मैं सिर्फ लिट्टी चोखा के साथ ही अपना बात ख़त्म नहीं करना चाहता हूँ. दो और बहुत महत्वपूर्ण डिश है. यहाँ पे मेरे सामने सितेश बैठा हुआ है. ही इज़ ऑल्सो फ्रॉम बिहार. ही इज़ द प्रिंसिपल ऑफ IHM चंडीगढ़. ही नोज इट वेरी वेल. लाई और अनरसा, ये दो मिठाइयाँ बिहार का बहुत ही फेमस मिठाई है. और इससे भी ज़्यादा फेमस, मैं जिस शहर से आता हूँ, गया का फेमस मिठाई, मैं आप लोगों से पूछना चाहता हूँ, कोई अगर मुझे बताए तो आई विल बी रियली ऑब्लाइज. सितेश भी बता सकता है. तिलकुट. राइट सर, बोथ ऑफ यू आर राइट. गुवाहाटी. मैंने ऐसा तो बोला नहीं था. तिलकुट एक फेमस, बहुत ही फेमस मिठाई है जो कि एक अपने आप में पहचान है. इसके पीछे भी बहुत सारी उपज, जैसे शुगर केन से शुगर और फिर तिल से तिलकुट की बनावट होती है. तो ओवरऑल इकोनॉमिकल इम्पैक्ट इन सब वेजिटेबल प्रोडक्शन का बहुत ज़्यादा है, क्योंकि ये मिठाइयाँ एक्सपोर्ट होती है. श्री राम की तिलकुट गया का फेमस ऑल ओवर इंडिया पाया जाता है. जैसे आप जानते हैं पंछी का पेठा आगरा का बहुत फेमस है. और इस तरह एक आध और डिश भी है. सिलाव का खाजा. हम उड़िया और बिहारी लोग लड़ पड़ेंगे. खाजा हमारे देश का है, मैं बोलूँगा नहीं, खाजा बिहार का है. खाजा काकातुआ का खाजा बहुत फेमस है, पूरी में मिलता है. आप सब मानते हैं ना? नहीं, that is khaja, pure khaja. That is khaja. The same khaja is also available in Puri, and the same khaja is also available in Silao, close to Nalanda, or rather Rajgir. So these dishes are very famous from Bihar, the region at the moment I am from. But honestly speaking, they have not gained much popularity, as Pulak sir just now rightly said, because of many cultural barrier, many economical barrier, many other barriers. But we hope that this barriers through these type of symposiums can very soon be taken off. I am planning seriously, I have started working on also to write down a book on this particular topic. It is very surprising that today's topic is same. I am also coming up with a book maybe very soon about the various types of sweets or famous dishes, like Lucknow's kebab. Tunde kebab, I would not say. Tunde is a person's name also. He was, his hands are amputated, was amputated, and though he developed a kebab, it was a very fantastic kebab. मुंह में खुल जाए ऐसा कबाब खा के देखिए आप लोग. जिन्होंने नहीं खाया है, जिन्होंने खाया है उनको याद आएगा, मुंह से पानी आ जाएगा. आफ्टर लंच ऑल्सो पानी आ जाएगा. बहुत ही ज़बरदस्त चीज़ है. लखनऊ में रहते हुए सर ने कबाब नहीं खाया, ऐसा हो नहीं सकता. ज़रूर कबाब खाया होगा. इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं अपना वक्तव्य का विराम यहाँ देता हूँ.
सर थोड़ा सा और बताइए, लिट्टी चोखा हैज बिकम वेरी पॉपुलर. सर थोड़ा सा फूड कॉस्टिंग के बारे में बताइए, बिकॉज दिस इज वेरी अफोर्डेबल. इवन ये थोड़ा कॉस्टिंग के ऊपर.
Sir, Mr. Kalia, you are very right. Litti Chokha is not popular because of this factor also. Litti Chokha is not so cheaply available. It is not that easily available product. It is easily available, but cheap नहीं है. क्योंकि इसमें एक प्रधान ingredient होता है चना, सत्तू, थोड़ा costly है. दूसरा, इसका proper preparation सिर्फ कोयले से होती है. ये गैस में आप नहीं बना सकते. गैस में बना सकते हैं, आजकल सब कुछ गैस में, क्या सनरेज में भी लिट्टी चोखा बना सकते हैं, बिरबल की खिचड़ी की तरह. लेकिन लिट्टी चोखा का एक और प्रधान इंग्रेडिएंट है घी. प्रधान इंग्रेडिएंट घी होने के कारण ये बहुत ही कॉस्टली डिश बन जाता है. तो बहुत ज़्यादा इकोनॉमिकल नहीं है, लेकिन बहुत स्वादिष्ट, बहुत ही इसमें न्यूट्रिशियस वैल्यू है. और इसका कोई और उपाय हो तो शायद ये थोड़ा सा चीपर बन जाए. जैसे घी को अब अगर माइनस कर दें तो ये थोड़ा चीपर बन सकता है. चोखा में सिर्फ आलू से बनाए तो ये थोड़ा चीपर बन सकता है. चोखा इज़ एक्चुअली that mashed potatoes and brinjals दे भुर्ता बनाते हैं ब्रिंजल का और आलू का भी, और उसको मैश करते हैं टमाटर के साथ, और बहुत ही स्वादिष्ट एक पकवान बनता है जिसको लिट्टी के साथ खाते हैं। दाल बाटी चूरमा जो राजस्थान के लोग हैं वो इसकी सिमिलैरिटी उनको मिलेगा इससे साथ। तो ये बहुत ही ज़्यादा चीप डिश तो नहीं है, सस्ता डिश तो नहीं है। जैसे हम उड़ीसा में पोखाल भात खा लेते हैं, द बेस्ट इन द समर्स। पोखाल भात एक कच्चा प्याज के साथ मैंने बहुत खाया है, और मेरा ब्लड प्रेशर का बीमारी शायद पोखाल भात से ही निकल गया है। मुझे ब्लड प्रेशर था और डॉक्टर ने कहा था कि आप राइस के बदले में पोखाल भात खाइए। पोखाल भात इन बंगाली वी कॉल इट पांता भात, and in Bihari or in Bihar we call it same panta. So it is a typical preparation, this litti choka, which is thoda costly to hai.
Thank you very much, sir, for your enlightenment. I move on to Dr. Bhubaneswar. Dr. Sir, we would like to know at present there are a lot of bloggers, food influencers, the people who are putting reels on the WhatsApp or YouTube. How do you see that now local cuisine is involving themselves into digital marketing, and before a person moves to any city, he opens up some of the videos about the local food and then chooses what to go, what not to have. So your views on that?
Thank you, Mr. Vishal. Before starting, I'd like to announce from this stage that my batch is celebrating the 25th year, the Silver Jubilee with this Golden Jubilee. So that is the extra happiness quotient we have all here. Now coming to, I'll start from, because our topic of the panel discussion, I'll take it broadly, local cuisine are influencer. That's what the topic was. We went into more of narrowing it, explaining about certain local cuisine or dishes. But it's a broader thing. Now, it suits the theme of the conference also. Local cuisine, why an influencer? What happens like that there is a nostalgia. For example, yesterday night when I reached here, and the full night till early in the morning around 4 to 5 we were looking for a shop wherein we can get chenapodo. This is an omfed. Omfed basically is not a local cuisine, but yes, omfed is well known here in Odisha, and we have during our education at IHM Bhubaneswar, we have our source of energy from omfed, the milk and all, because hostel ka khana sabko pasand nahi aata hai. But the local cuisine, that chenapoda which we were looking at, we crossed all Mahanadi and everything till Cuttack, nowhere we could get it. In the night, basically, it was. So, as an influencer, what you are talking about, food bloggers, a technology has come to us in the form of mobile. And we are looking for every information on the mobile nowadays. We have very shortage of time basically to look for literatures available in the print version or something. Still, the print is the authentic mode of communication, because digital is under our control. Whenever we would like to delete, we can delete it, remove it, if it is fake or it's not authentic. But everybody, even when we are sitting in this hall, most of the persons sitting here would be having mobile in their hand, either clicking the photos or answering to the WhatsApp messages or looking towards the reel on the Instagram. So the blogger, what we say, they basically bring the information to the crowd. It's not about the food, the lifestyle, their art in them, the qualities in them, anything can be there. So when we talk about local food, and when we have a sort of reel or picture coming on our mobile, when we are scrolling through Facebook or Instagram or Twitter, whatsoever it is, then there is a nostalgia which develops in you. And you feel like, I need to taste it once. It's not that Rasgulla has become international. Still, अभी भी अगर किसी को authentic मिष्टी दोई टेस्ट करना है, रसगुल्ला टेस्ट करना है, तो there is a nostalgia that we must reach Kolkata once. Chenapoda we may get in Delhi, we may get in London, but Odisha आकर खाना है. Litti choka you are getting now, it's exported. But वो बिहार का लिट्टी चोखा, he rightly said, you will not get it everywhere, anywhere, and I like to correct. The authentic litti chokha is made in that cow dung, goita जिसको बोलते हैं. And what Mr. Vishal was confused basically, the real way of making the litti chokha, the authentic way, it's the cheaper way. Because we grow chana, the Bengal gram, as a farmer, we grow the wheat. In Bihar, the most of the farmers are indulged in wheat, rice or Bengal gram. So that is where the litti chokha came into effect. Potatoes, very cheaply available. So it was a food of really poor. But when we marketed it, we brought it a level wherein we wanted to improve the taste, then the bharta was basically added, supplemented to it, the ghee was added to it, the coal was used to bake it because to make it commercially viable, then the cost. So it has become a food for the niche market also, a food for the real farmers also, because sattu has a lot of nutrition in it, and for a farmer who is to work in the field since morning till evening under the sun, they require this type of food wherein they can sustain those heat stroke, the tiredness, everything. So that's a different part. That is basically we are talking about the culture, why we eat, why Hyderabadis eat biryani, why Andhra Pradesh cuisine is very spicy. It has to do with the culture. The culture has not come from the food. The food has come from the culture and the climatic conditions there. Then the real taste, the real flavor, obviously when it has come due to the climate condition, the soils there, the lifestyle there. So the real taste, the real flavor will come at the real place only. So that is how local cuisine, if projected properly through the digital medium, because this is a person sitting in, today we must have a few alumni who have reached here from Dubai or UK or Europe, they might have joined. Was it possible to bring them here just by writing a letter and sending it by post? Not possible. Will the address, when we passed out, is the same what it is there in the institute record? It's not possible. So that it is digital medium, like on Facebook, Instagram, we have this Golden Jubilee being propagated since last 1 year, that whosoever come across that, and when they had the nostalgia of coming to their own college, they joined in for this alumni. So similarly, the local food, and these are the youngsters, they present it very rightly. Like in Jharkhand when I am there, many a food, even from being from Jharkhand I was not aware of, but the food bloggers from different regions, when they make reels, and then we come to know how those poor ladies in their home are cooking that real, authentic, local cuisine which we in the market are not even aware of. So what happens now? Not only to see the destination or the nature or the heritage, I may develop an interest to go that area to taste that local food, why it is made there, what is the benefit of it, and why that food. And is it really tasty, worth tasting? Like in local cuisine, if you say, in Jharkhand, it is mostly populated by the tribals. And the real tribal food is sourced from the nature. So they make like lal chiti ki chutney, the ants, which we are afraid of. When we see the ants, we clean the surface. And that is one of the part of the food, because it is easily available on the sal tree, the sakua. So they made a chutney out of it, and it is very tasty. But when this digital world will bring it that there is something like that way, obviously that interest in you will be there, that how an ant can be a food. And what you will do? You will go there to taste it, because you know you cannot make the same flavor, same taste at your place, because you are not aware of what that ant is feeding there and why that taste is developed there and why that cannot be developed at Punjab. So many cuisines are getting globalized. Lot of our Indian foods are getting globalized, but they are really acting as an influencers to bring the tourists to their real destination. So that is where the local cuisine is the real time influencer to bring the tourists. I'm not saying that only for the food a person goes for the tourism. There are a lot many other factors. We have wildlife photographers, we have animal lovers, we have nature lovers. But there is a sector because खाना है ना, जो मतलब पेट की जो भूख है ना, वो आदमी की सबसे बड़ी प्रायोरिटी है. It is the most prior thing, and that is why we are so 80% of the crowd sitting here will find healthy. All the prosperity on the stomach, because you can reach to the heart of a person through the stomach, it is said. So food plays the most important role than any other factors for the tourism. So that is where the local cuisine will play the real factor, the most vital factor to influence the people, the tourists to come for that place, to enjoy that particular cuisine with other factors. So being a real-time influencer in tourism.
Also give us one more perspective of yours. How does this local cuisine boost the economy of the tourist destination?
There are a lot many things, like one of the ingredients parts, agriculture, he already added. I'll not talk about that. But when you talk about local cuisine, then when I am a person who have been born and brought up locally at that place, so I know how to cook it. But the tourist destinations, like on the highways, you'll find dhabas and everything. So every villager, if they have a land near to the highway, they will open a sort of small dhaba or kiosk or something, and they start selling it. So that is one of the part of livelihood it becomes. Because if you have like there is off season of farming, you don't have the rains or something, and you are not involved in the farming due time. So you have one of the way, rather than going to work as a labor in cities and all other places, if they start making their own local food, selling it, many people are looking for. Yesterday night only we were discussing that it is one of the biggest dent to the economy, because at the night we as a tourists were looking for chenapoda and there was no shop open. So we said it is a great loss to the people here. So when we are talking about it's a reality, it feeds a family. One kiosk can feed a family of 10. So that is one thing. Then the raw materials, the sourcing, then the transportation, it is involved. So there are many things which are directly connected, who are directly selling it, and there is indirect, because when you buy the raw material, the family connected with that production of it a lot. And then the tourism, when we are coming, the tourist when is coming to you and paying for the food, but they are paying for the fuel also in your state. They are staying in a hotel or wherever, they are paying in your state. They are buying some handicraft in your state. They are going to visit some important places. They might be buying tickets for your for that place for the entry fee. So there are n number of things. When you start calculating, when the multiplier effect of that economy will come, that one food outlet can give 10 times of the earning what it is doing the direct earning. So that is how it adds up value. Food basically has more multiplier effect than any other element.
Thank you, Dr. Bhubanesh. My last question to all the distinguished panels. Sir, you've been dealing with different governments of the country, Punjab government, UP government, Uttarakhand government. Sir, do you think what is the role of government in promoting local cuisine? Do you think your governments are promoting them? If not, what are your suggestions to the government to promote local cuisine?
I'm out of government system now. Anyway, firstly, I want to ask the audience one thing. Anyone in the audience, अगर छना पोड़ा मिलना है रात को, कहाँ से मिल सकता है? Anybody can tell me? Railway station, very good. Huh? Paradip. Pahalo. Pahalo ta kundi, eiti pakha pakha. Tiare hoche. See, mostly you will know. My friend, the gentleman who was saying home fed, yes. नहीं मिला. आप अभी बोल रहे हैं. For your information, actually, chana podo is made at night. It is never made in the or early morning. So normally, because it takes baking time is prolonged and it सुबह तक cool हो जाता है और उसके बाद सुबह इसको सर्विस कर सकता है, मतलब they can sell. So we have to go to the production unit, not to the outlet who is one. अदरवाइज आपको अटक गया था पूरी जाने से, आपको मोची साई में रात को पूरा लाइन से खड़ा रहता है. आपको भी इंफॉर्मेशन के लिए बता रहा हूँ. आई एम जस्ट इन्फॉर्मिंग. अदरवाइज सर पहला कहले आम जन ना. थैंक यू वेरी मच. द सेकेंड पॉइंट इज विथ आई विल गिव अ वेरी क्लासिक एग्जाम्पल, शेयर ए क्लासिक एग्जाम्पल हाउ इकोनॉमी कैन बूस्ट ऑन दिस बिफोर जंपिंग टू दैट क्वेश्चन. One example, we know everybody the chips which are available, branded one. I don't want to specify the name of the company, but you know the chips which are branded chips, very famous brand, and by a corporate conglomerate, they are marketing it with a particular brand. They have got a very good model. Model क्या है? The model is when they saw there is you require a specific type of potato to prepare good quality chips. So they found that it is difficult to get same quality because you require R&D for this. So they leased out the farmer's place. Close to Calcutta, I have visited two factories. There, the farmers are given R&D and land, and every investment is by that company. The farmers get a yield, assured yield, so they are more interested. So now they do not have problem in sourcing. It's a win-win situation. Farmers do not have any problem, because they are assured of this. There is no logistical issue. नहीं तो potato they had to because cold storage value में नहीं आता है तो फिर रास्ता में गिरा देते हैं. पंजाब में भी होता है. तो even पंजाब में also they have started a factory recently. I just cannot name the brand. So that's a model ये economy में है. तो economy में basically कोई भी local चीज़ है, अगर आप उसको रख सकते हैं, the shelf life बढ़ा सकते हैं, तो it is there. People are ready. Getting back to your question, I want to add on this example. Yeah, बताया potato chips वाला. So all the farmers now they give R&D seedlings right from seedlings to finishing stage. They are assured of a business. Farmers are happy. They are getting a proper support and secured income. So a lot of people are interested.
I think concluding this panel discussion, I thank all the eminent panelists for giving us enlightenment on local cuisines, and we agree that local cuisines do play a very important role in fetching tourism for a particular destination. They boost tourism economy also, and they give a different variety for people to try new types of cuisines. So with these remarks, I thank you all the panelists. Thank you so much, sir.
Before thanking, I'd like to make an announcement from the stage. We have one of our alumnus, Mr. Viswajit Mandal. Is he here? Mr. Viswajit Mandal? I'll request him to come to the stage. Sarda ma'am, are you here? Please, ma'am, I'll request you to come. Viswajit, come here. He has a very beautiful announcement to make for our institute, for the IHM Bhubaneswar, on behalf of his company. Viswajit, if you can come on the stage, I'd like you to announce rather than me announcing it. No, I want you to do it. We all will love to hear from you. Come. Don't be shy. You want me to do it. Okay, ma'am, Sarda ma'am, basically he has offered a bulk employment for Sodexo brand for the present final year on behalf of Sodexo here. So he wants to pick up the best of the lots, as many you can give, and he has brought this message from his boss, again our batchmate, Mr. Sambit. So he has sent this message, and Mr. Viswajit is representing Sodexo here. So that was from his side. तुम लोग सीटी नहीं बजाए.
I would like to request Shada Ghosh to kindly present token of love and appreciation. Thank you, sirs. It was a very engrossing discussion. Now I would like to request Mr. Vishal Darmia, Chair of Young Indians Bhubaneswar, along with Mr. Gaurav Goel, Chair of Yuva Young Bhubaneswar, to come up on stage for the signing of MOU between Young Indians and IHM Bhubaneswar. Sir, please.
Good evening, everyone. Can I have everyone's attention, please? I've been told there are dignitaries and the audience is here from all over India. So, can I see people raising hands if anybody knows about young Indians in the hall? Anybody knows about young Indians? Young Indians? Yes, we are all young by heart and by age, obviously. But Young Indians is a pan-India organization which is basically about giving back to the nation and serving the nation. We all are very busy in our academics, in our career, in our business. But when it comes to giving back to the nation, the Young Indians has laid out very well parameters. And to throw some light in a short span of time, I would like to request the Chair of Young Indians Bhubaneswar, Mr. Vishal Dalmia, on the dais.
Thank you, Gaurav. So before I start, I thank ma'am for giving us an opportunity to be a part of this August panelist. I think my mouth is watering after hearing of so much of Litti Choka is my favorite. And there's Amritsari Kulcha. So I can't speak much, I think so. But thank you, ma'am, for making us part of this. So if you have heard about CII, Confederation of Indian Industries, it's an It's a non-government, non-profit organization. So we are integral part of it. Why we are Young Indians? Because our membership is from 21 to 40 years of age. That's why. So I am 42. I may look a lot younger, I know. But if you are part of Young Indians before 40, you can stay till 45. So Young Indians is a movement of youth to influence, co-create, and influence India's future. And our presence in India is, we are around 65 chapters, the latest being the Agra chapter. Per city is only one chapter, the Bhubaneswar is the chapter, so no other chapter can come up in Bhubaneswar. In Odisha, we are only chapter. Pan-India, we are around 6,000 members. In Odisha, we have 100 plus members in Bhubaneswar only, and we are here since 15 years. So when we talk about YI, what is all about? We have various projects and initiatives like climate change, we have entrepreneurship, innovation, we have health, we have around 10 projects and initiatives, and we work that on our stakeholders. Our stakeholders being Thalir, that is from class 1 to 12, Yuva, like we have the IHM, we have various colleges under us, after 12, rurals. So under them we work our projects and initiatives. In climate change, we recently had 2,500 saplings plantation done. We do blood donation under health and various other, like we had burpees with breakfast. We had CPR trainings in various colleges. In road safety, we had Shobta Corp and Farishte program. Here itself in IHM, a couple of months back, we had entrepreneurship talk with Shivashish sir of Booking Genie. So we do various projects and initiatives under different stakeholders. So while we are here, we want you to support us, to help us, so that you also grow as a youth, and you become a part of nation building. Because all our projects and initiatives, we have three main pillars: nation building, youth leadership, thought leadership. So be a part of that too. Thank you. Thank you once again, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Vishal. I am basically Gaurav Goyal. I am the chair of Yuva for this year. And the purpose of Yuva is basically UG and PG students. So I'm very much thankful to Shada ma'am to collaborate with Young Indians to sign a MOU. The purpose of MOU is to plan different activities for the students of IHM. Like Mr. Vishal mentioned, we have different verticals like entrepreneurship, innovation, health, climate change. So we plan to bring those verticals in collaboration with students of IHM. We can have different health camps at IHM. We can have CPR training for road safety awareness at IHM. We can have entrepreneurship and innovation competitions at IHM. For example, IHM had participated in an event which was organized by YI on 1st of April as a Mo Utkal Divas. So 3 colleges had participated. One was Swasti, one was IHM, and the other I don't remember as of now, but 3 colleges had participated for the food segment, and IHM had won that competition. So such competitions we organize on a city level and a state level where different colleges participate, and we try to build leadership in the students because Yuva is the next leaders, Yuva are the future leaders. So we try to build the thought leadership in them so that they are very much aware how to give back when they grow and build their careers. So it's just a small step by Young Indians. We all are entrepreneurs in Young Indians, and we have collaborated together to try to give back to the nation by creating awareness in the city. So I would request Shada ma'am to please come forward and we can have the MOU exchange. And thank you so much everyone for collaborating with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dear dignitaries, guests, and delegates, welcome to the second half of the technical session for the day. With great pleasure, I cordially invite the esteemed coordinator of this technical session, Mr. Shitesh Srivastav, Principal, Dr. Ambedkar Institute of Hotel Management, Catering and Nutrition, Chandigarh, to kindly come up on the dais and take his designated seat. Mr. Srivastav is the principal of AIHM Chandigarh since 2019. He is the alumni of IHM Bhubaneswar, batch 1985 to 1988, and has been associated with his alma mater, fraternity, since 2013, when he joined as the principal of IHM Hajipur. He also serves as a board member of the National Council of Hotel Management and Catering Technology. He started his journey in the ITDC Ashok Group of Hotels as kitchen management trainee and later became a chef specializing in Indian cuisine, and then became the executive chef and then served as a general manager of 2 properties of ITDC. His journey has been marked by several pivotal moments, especially when he decided to join academia in the year 2008 as professor and a head of HMCT, Department of Birla Institute of Technology, Mirsa, Ranchi, after spending 20 years in the industry, and dedicated the remainder of his career to prepare a future generation of professionals for the hospitality industry. His dynamic and tenacious. I would now invite Ms. Shada Ghosh to please come up on stage and honor our esteemed guest with a small token of appreciation. It is my pleasure to welcome Ms. Anjali Kulabi, Assistant Lecturer cum Assistant Instructor, IHM Kolkata. Her paper will be on impact of government entrepreneurship, developing bodies on entrepreneurs of rural tourism industry, a study on tourism and entrepreneurs development of Punjab in India. Her paper on her behalf, her paper will be presented by Ms. Ashima Bhuya, Faculty of IHM Bhubaneswar.
A very good evening to everyone, those that are present here. So today I'm going to present a paper on behalf of Anjali Kulabi, and I am the co-author of this paper. So today my topic is regarding the impact government entrepreneurship developing bodies on entrepreneur of rural tourism, a study of tourism entrepreneur development of Punjab, India. So the objective of this paper is to examine the effect of government policies between tourism entrepreneurship and rural employment of the development, to examine the relationship between tourism entrepreneurship and rural economic development. So about the introduction, in our country, entrepreneurships can prove the most effective solution for looking at the major problem like unemployment, economic crisis and poverty. Entrepreneurship acts as the solution of unemployment of the nation. It leads to a generation of employment contribution in the nation income, rural development, industrialization, technology development, etc. If you say about that, your industrial policies and 5 years plan, especially focusing on the growth of small scale sector, setting up the special economic zone, that is SEZs, setting up the entrepreneurship institution, organizing the entrepreneurship development programs, that is EDPS, some developing bodies government on their scheme for the entrepreneur of the rural tourism industry are NIES, SBUD, and the NSIC. So, if you come to the policies and changes implemented by the government, India having the instrumental tools in providing the necessary growth of the Indian tourism industry. If you come to the review of the literature, the present chapter contains 60 plus review of the different authors' research work collected by the open essays, sourced from the various nation, international journal, e-journal, and the articles. Research design methodology, the paper presented research being exploratory cum descriptive in the nature. Primary data shall be collected through the research instrument like questionnaires, interview, and the group discussion. The data shall comprise a sample 84 entrepreneur like sample analyze and using the raw soft. It's a software, it will be used for sample analyzing of rural tourism industry from the background of the regions of Punjab using judgmental sampling techniques. And for to analyze other tests shall be used for statistical research tools. Second, data shall be collected from the relevant offline and online research publication for big, etc. This is the data analyze. There is a variable 1 and variable 2. Variable 1 is normally about the government programs and policies, and variable 2 is about rural tourism entrepreneur development. This is about the little bit of idea regarding that. If you know about the recommendation, we used different techniques to be analyzed. 4 different illustrate relationship between government policies, rural economic development. Second, about your offer, we come to the conclusion there. It is a measure the calculating value of the correlation is higher than the level of the significance. So here we interference analyze that of the government policies will develop than tourism entrepreneurship will also development. About the finding and recommendation, encourage green practices, research and implementation in the rural sector, providing the educate training, the skills, opportunity for the employment creation as well as the provision of the quality services, identification and development of new rural tourism circuit, and enhancement of existing ones, encouragement for private sector participations in form of the financial incentives such as low taxes, subsidies, easy finance, options or ability of the land banks. The government should be encourage rural tourism entrepreneurship by giving soft loans, incentives, and providing the enabling environment, and that tourism entrepreneurship thrives in the country. Thank you. Any questions?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As introduction has been given, I just want to say again that I am Sitesh Srivastava. I am alumnus of this institute, and it is one of the happiest moments of my life to be present here model is followed in other states, then definitely there is going to be a lot of development in this country. So thank you so much for bringing this topic, and I think your research is good.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir.
Also, for your research to have any future research also.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Miss Kritika Bose Guha, Assistant Lecturer, cum Assistant Instructor, IHM Kolkata. Her paper will be on growth of sustainable tourism in Darjeeling homestays. On her behalf, the paper will be presented by Ms. Divya and Ms. Teresa, the first year MSc students of our college.
Good evening to our respected principal ma'am, faculties, guests, and all my dear friends. Today, I, Divya, and my friend Teresa, we are going to present a PPT on the topic Unexplored Tourist Spot of Eastern Golden Triangle, a case study of rural tourism. All of you might have visited the Eastern Golden Triangle tour, but do you think you have covered all the places of Odisha? Most of the places are unexplored, and due to this, such places we are not aware of that. Now let's have a short introduction. Eastern Golden Triangle, which mainly covers 3 districts, Puri, Konark, and Bhubaneswar. This is also called Swan Tribhuja. There are many more places which are hidden inside this triangle. Now let's have a next slide. Next slide is Eastern Golden Triangle. First is Bhubaneswar. This is the capital city of Odisha, which is also called City of the Temple. There are many places which attract the tourist destination towards it, such as Lingaraj Temple, Khandgiri, Udaygiri, Nandankanan, Odisha State Museum. Konark. The name Konark is derived from the Sanskrit word Kona, which means angle, and second Ark, which means the sun. When it combines, it makes the sun of the corner. Puri. Puri is also called Jagannath Dham, one of the 4 dham. The other 3 dhams are Rameswaram, Badrinath, Dwarka. The main 2 attractions which are famous of this place are Lord Jagannath Temple and the sea beach. Next slide is the importance of unexplored spot. By visiting unexplored places, we support their local communities and their local culture, which help them to prevent the tradition. There are some of the points related to unexplored spot. First is the scenic, pleasing view of natural scenery. Second is isolated. There are many places which are difficult to reach out due to the unexplored, unknown transportation system, uncommon. All of us are aware about the common places such as the Konark, Puri, but there are many uncommon places which are not famous yet. They are the Rasikulya Beach, Mundia Hills, and most of the tourists not visit that place. Promoting tourism infrastructure. Infrastructure development plays a crucial role in promoting tourism in India. Improved infrastructure such as roadways, railways, public transport make the easier for the tourists to reach their destination, connect with the locals, getting to know their local culture. Now next is the rural tourism. Rural tourism is the travel to natural places that are not urbanized, such as farms, villages, cottages. The factor of the rural tourism are economic, social, cultural, ecological, and political. Developing and promoting local agriculture and handicraft through the tourism can generate the income and the jobs in the rural areas. Here are some of the points of the rural tourism which can be improved. Now the next slide is case study methodology. The data we have collected from books, magazines, and through our friends. About 70% of the people are unaware about the unexplored places, spots. If we talk about the rural areas, due to qualification, skills, they are not much aware of that. Now the next slide is tourist spot. First is the Swandeo. This is a village located in the Satabdi Hills of Puri districts. Agriculture is the main occupation of this place. Second is the Mundia Hills, which is located on the upper part of Viswanath Mundia Hills near the Puri district. The main two festivals of this place are Mahashivratri and Mahavishwa Sakranti. Raghunath Artist Village. This is a village famous for its craft and for its Patta Chitra painters. Barunehi Hills. Barunehi temple is located on the Barunehi hill in the Khurda district of Odisha. This temple has the idols of the twins god, Barunehi and Karuhini. A beautiful stream flows from the hill which is also known as Swarn Ganga. Rasukulya Beach. This is a beach where large number of turtles are found. The tourists can visit this place and enjoy the hatching of the eggs. Pipli. Pipli is located in the Puri districts of India. It is famous for its designing and beautiful handcrafts. Now next slide will be continued by my friend Prisa.
We have only found the two conclusions. I'll just bring on to the point. First is the tourism activities contribute directly and indirectly for the development for the rural areas. And obviously by the support of government, but in today's session, one of the speakers said about the media, and we also think that it should be contribute in our presentation also, but we are running behind the time. And the second point was like how the younger generation are connected to this rural tourism. Then again the media. Media is we will say that media is the main point in both ways in all generation. That's all. Actually, I want to thank you, Abhinav sir and ma'am also, that this is the first time that any of the student has presented in the stage on this. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. The next papers would be presented on virtual basis. First up, we have Ms. Parijat Mukherjee, lecturer cum instructor, front office, Institute of Hotel Management, Catering Technology and Applied Nutrition, Kolkata. Her paper will be on scope of workation in Tada, a village in Darjeeling district of West Bengal, to promote rural tourism.
Well, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon to the respected dignitaries. Good afternoon to all the respected faculty members and ladies and gentlemen out there. Today I will be presenting my presentation on scope of workation in Tata. It's a small village in Darjeeling district of West Bengal, and I have my co-authors, that is Mr. Pramit Sanyal as well as Ms. Rita Chakraborty. However, I am presenting the paper also on their behalf as well. Starting with rural tourism. Rural tourism is something, which is a form of tourism that showcases rural lifestyle, art, culture, and heritage. And we all know that the village life of India is somewhere where you actually meet the real India. This rural India has got very high potential to stimulate India's, economic growth. And a person can always experience and rejuvenate themselves, once they visit this rural India. It has been seen that recently, Ministry of Tourism, Government of India has started a new national strategy for strengthening the economic conditions of the local people, which is promoting the self-reliant India and further bringing Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is also called to become vocal for local products. So developing and promoting local products would really remove the poverty, and it generates income for that particular place, jobs in the rural area, and it also helps to empower the local communities, which involves women as well as youth. Now, my topic, the concept that I am here to present is, vocation that I want to like to promote in a place called Tata. So Tata, a small village near Darjeeling, and it is situated in an altitude of about 5,100 feet, and it is derived from a term called as leccha, which means fog or mist. Okay, so the popular places that you can go from Tata is Tinchu Lake and Langkata. So coming to the vocation part, vocation is all about work plus vacation. It's an amalgamation of two words, that's work and vacation. So when we combine these two, it becomes vocation. So popularity increased this term of vocation post-COVID especially. When maximum organizations were from work from home. And there is a high demand, of this particular concept wherein, you can also work sitting in a beautiful location, scenic location. There's still work there. The The objective of my study is, of my topic is, viability of promotion of rural tourism via workation in Tatra and promoting and implementing workation in off-peak locations like Tatra. It has been found out that a research paper named The Need, Scope and Challenges of Rural Tourism by authors like Mr. Kudit Singh, Mr. Ranav Dalve, Mr. Golden Jubilee and Mr. Anjaliya Swami. In a large population of India, many rural areas are still primarily dependent on the traditional age-old practice, that is cultivation, and that's the major source of income. Everything from agriculture is falling down day by day, and these villagers are really lacking sufficient jobs. Here comes my topic, and for doing my research, I have used both quantitative as well as quantitative methods. My sampling unit is Tata, and for achieving my first objective, that is viability of promotion of rural tourism via workation in Tata, I have used glucose sampling under non-probability sampling. And for achieving my second objective, that is promoting and implementing workation in concrete locations like Tata, I have used convenience sampling under non-probability. Data that was collected is through primary data through structured questionnaires. And there are two sets of structured questionnaires that was prepared, one for random tourists and another for property owners. Okay, since this topic is very
Excuse me, Pooja. Are you listening to me? Hello.
Am I audible to you, Auntie?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Should I start from the beginning? I mean, there is some issue.
No, ma'am, you were audible.
Okay, so shall I continue?
Ma'am, if you could just wind it up, we are running a bit.
Certainly, yes, I am almost done.
Sorry, Parijat, sorry for interrupting you. No, I am chairing this session. Actually, we are running short of time. So, you have got 2-3 minutes time to wind it up. Please come to conclusion and, tell us about your findings. Right.
Very good, sir. I will do this right, sir. Thank you so much, sir. I'll continue once more. So this is how I collected the data, and my findings are that after doing the survey, that is the analysis that I have done, I've given this form to this, my research form to the owners also, the property owners, where I have asked them question about the source of income for the local people. So they have suggested that it's yes, the hotel homestay are the main source of income for the local people. And I have also asked about the demand of this particular place, having such a scenic beauty of this place called Tata. So over here, there is a high demand. That is what the owners say. Okay. And also when I have asked the owners that whether within the concept of workation can be a source of promoting tourism in Calcutta. So they were like, yes, very much, as there is a beautiful scenic beauty and people do tend to come to this particular place and they will be very happy to work in such a beautiful place. However, there are a little bit of constraints which are there, which are like connectivity issues, for which each and every homestays they have got, they have started with new, Wi-Fi connections, and they are working on it very much. And when I asked the tourists that have you done any workation before and are you aware of the term workation, maximum of them said no. However, 30% of them said yes, they are aware of the concept. Then about us, when asked that what type of accommodation would be prefer to stay in for a workation, so they suggested that it would be definitely homestay, where they get a friendly atmosphere. Now, when asked last week that how can the experience of homestay be further improved in regards to workation, so they said that the location should be more close, to the main city, and most homestays are actually far away from the main city because these homestays are always situated in beautiful city, or hilly areas or maybe seaside area. So connectivity is, yes, it's an issue. Though, however, while doing the survey, it was the information that we received from the owners is that they are really working hard on it, so that they can promote more and more workation in their homestays and in their hotels, so that I can bring more tourism, which will further help to sustain rural tourism in that location. Right, my limitations were like I had a very less time to do the research and there was a lot of lack of resources as well as a new concept, very less literature review was there. Finally, I come ahead to the conclusion that post-COVID, when work from home has become very popular for many organizations, however, people who go very easily continuously working and too many employees leave, when employees leave from their office, that hampers the office job work as well as, all offs are, exhausted. The employee offs are exhausted. So, when from the service, from both the owners of the property as well as the tourists, that the concept like workation can be promoted and implemented in Tagore village. And they were very much convinced and they even suggested that yes, we do want to bring up this particular concept of workation in our village so that more and more tourists can come in, which will further help us in employment. So work and vacation can be combined and employees can be sent for workation to the scenic, serene, beautiful locations or free locations. That's helping sustaining tourism in remote and rural areas. Any questions and or comments?
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Mrs. Parminder Mittal Chaudhary, lecturer, IHM Hajipur. Her paper will be on technological innovations in alternative accommodation, the changing scenario of the Indian hospitality industry.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and respected chairperson for today's technical session. I take this opportunity to thank you, sir, because you are my ex-principal at IIT Kanpur, and you have enriched me to become a hospitality educator. Coming to my presentation, I am Mrs. Parminder Mittal Chaudhary, working as senior faculty at Institute of Hotel Management, Hajipur. And this presentation is co-authored by Mr. Golden Jubilee, lecturer at Institute of Hotel Management, Hajipur. My presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. Please carry on. But you have got 5 minutes time only for me that you complete.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
My presentation is visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible. Please carry on.
Can I continue?
Parminder, your presentation is visible, you are audible, but you have got only 5 minutes of time to complete your presentation. Right. So please try to complete it within 5 minutes. Right. Thank you.
So, my research article is on technological innovations in alternative accommodation, the changing scenario of Indian hospitality industry. This is what we are going to sell. Small background. We are going to sell river, forest, hill. We are going to sell cubicles, etc., homestays, rental, hostels. So, a person who might be 25 years of age or 18 years of age or who will be well read about the tourist spot, he or she might be doing sustainability, he or she might be looking for a new experience, he has affordable flights in this city. And according to Booking.com special prediction, 64% of Indian travelers will seek off-grid style vacation in 2023. And this technology, how the technology has helped, there are two major things, that is user-friendly online booking sites and mobile apps. Who have these two technological innovations have helped a lot to make alternative accommodation to the present scene. And pandemic has increased the amount of people, the number of people going for alternative accommodation. They want to immerse in the natural beauty, and India is having natural beauty. So this is going to be top of the town in coming years as compared to as far as technological innovations, the impact is both on producer and consumer. For producer, it is a continuous effort. They are using it for hotels and large properties. But for consumer of alternative accommodation, mobile apps, touchless services, direct booking, and online travel agencies, these are websites which would go for free booking. They provide discounts, and there is a minimum user and host interface. So this is how the technological innovations have impacted, and these were the keywords which I found from my study. You can see here ease, data analytics, personalization, automation, sustainability, blockchain, AI, chatbot, all are like working towards development of alternative accommodation. No one might have knew that in a remote town of Bihar, there is one flat available for the homestay. The person who want to stay nearby, some maybe let us suppose Sonpur Villa is going on, he or she want to stay. This micro entrepreneurship has developed because of this technological innovation as well as alternative accommodation is concerned. Objective of this study was to predict all the technological trends that are being that are happening. Because what technology does, is technology penetrates, technology disrupts, and technology gives convenience to the users. And if you have a unit of clients, we can work for customer preferences, and we can understand the impact and operational efficiency which the technology brings with it. And alternative accommodation would not have happened if there would not have been technological innovations. And market dynamics, a micro entrepreneur will only be able to list his or her property if he is having technology in his hands. He is having those Booking.com kind of Airbnb kind of booking platforms, online economic platforms where he or she can list. And the future prospects of technological innovations in alternative accommodation, because if you are selling a drone in a desert of Rajasthan, it has to be equipped with Internet of Things, it has to be equipped with automatic things, it has to be equipped with thermostats, it has to be like touchless or contactless things which the technology has brought up. And the last recommendation and strategies. Key arguments revolve around that what are the customer expectations and how their preferences for the alternative accommodation has evolved, because we can sell a tree top also if it is alternative accommodation, and how the traditional hospitality models are being disrupted just because of the technology. Enhanced guest experience, the study is going to talk about the trip and know the diverse accommodation landscape, and obviously technology brings with it operational efficiency and cost savings. Also, the insights which the data-driven technology supports, the data-driven insights that is going to help us and generate economic impact, as well as future outlook. If I have to take the findings, of alternative accommodation. To discuss all this is beyond the scope of the limit of time. I've taken one. Consumers. How consumers have benefited through technological advancement. Won't be talking about all in details, but in future, the remote management contactless robotics, enhanced security, facial recognition and biometric recognition, which we all know, and sustainability initiatives, all backed with data analytics, will be the top of the town as far as consumer benefits are concerned. Alexa, Google Home, these will also be available in almost all the alternative accommodations. The approach towards this study was to introduce on-site visits and literature review. Let me tell you here, we have taken rather a 5,000 kilometer on-road trip on our car, and we have interviewed wherever like we have visited, and whatever the study is talking about as far as technological advancements is concerned. We personally have used all as far as consumer viewpoint was concerned, and also had their talk with the owners, because we ourselves have stayed in cottages and these kind of accommodation were looking for. Even I was looking for a home stay where I can just.
Parminder, you can conclude now, please.
And on literature review, we know that technology online, we have a lot of websites talking about this. This is how this study has shaped up. Recommendations for conclusions. First, there should be a regulatory body who is going to make sure that the data breach is not there as far as consumers are concerned. There should be an appointment of hospitality data scientists in all the big houses as far as tourism or hospitality industry is concerned. Hospitality technology should be taught by everyone. It should not be that one person or two person or maybe those who are into technology are only talking about that, but there should be an interest with scientists about the technology that is going to help us with, as far as alternative accommodation is concerned. Alternative accommodation is also looked at as a sustainable way of like producing tourism products. So there also technology is going to help us. We should be doing this. And the future strategy is that alternative accommodation.
Parminder, please conclude. Please conclude, Parminder.
Backed with innovations is.
Your time is over. Please conclude. Your time is over. Please conclude.
Thanks for listening with great patience. Hope I have conveyed every point which is required for this study.
Right. Thank you so much, Parminder. Thank you so much, Parminder. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Shantanu Jain. Mr. Shantanu Jain, MTTM, MSc in HA and BSc in HNHA, Assistant Lecturer, IHM Hyderabad. His paper will be on a review study of Airbnb and Auticry Wonder and its growth in New Delhi, India. Yes, you are.
Yes, it's visible. Please carry on. Santanu, you have got 5 minutes time to conclude because you are running short of time.
Thank you so much. With your permission, I'd like to start the presentation. I'd like to thank the principal Startup Approach and all the organizing committee of Bhubaneswar to give me this opportunity. Today's paper will be tracing Airbnb's growth in New Delhi. So, just a brief about Airbnb. It is basically an online marketplace and online aggregator wherein a person who owns one extraordinary house or a person who owns a leased mansion can list their houses online for the people who wants a less committed kind of a homestay to experience. This company was formed by these 3 people on the screen, as you can see, and currently it has 840 crore euros in listing in the United States. Just a small screenshot of the website, as you can see. It is not just about spending the night, rather it gives you different experiences like national parks, farms, and countrysides. People have quite a lot of exquisite fantasies that they want to fulfill when it comes to their travel requirements. And Airbnb is one platform which is now evolving into that particular sector. If we see the literature very quickly, Airbnb is expected to have a accommodation. And because of this shared equity concept, where the entire equity of the country is shifted online, Airbnb has had a massive growth, which in today's time is not only becoming a competitor for travel agencies, but for established hotels. So this was my what do you say, motivation to study on its growth. And the objectives of this study is to trace the growth and the history of Airbnb in our country, and to get an opinion about the clients who are patronizing Airbnb as to how do they prioritize this over traditional hotels. So talking about methodology, I have adopted an exploratory structure. I have selected 100 backpackers from an online group, out of which 82 people have consented. And this sampling, for obvious reasons, has been done by convenient sampling method. Talking about the data, I have proposed them through a closed-ended structured questionnaire, which was forwarded from Google Forms. And for my secondary data, I've used websites and journals. So if we come towards the analysis, first thing is, of course, we need to understand what our sample base is. So 58 males and 24 females were my target sample. This was done in order to have a balanced approach as to how many people are afraid they are being involved. Second question moves towards the frequency of travel. So in a week, what is their structure of traveling, or what is their allocation for resources for traveling? There are 28 that is majority which travels only once a week, 27 is totally twice, and there are 11 samples that travel 3 times. Talking about the preference, as you can see, majority of them have voted for Airbnb, that is 38 people, out of which 21 were male and 17 were female. 21 otherwise, 9 home stays and 14 relatives. The relatives were an option that was given in order to keep the female security perspective, and that was the same thing that was recorded in the results. Due to unfortunate but obvious reasons, female prefers to stay at the remote places about the destination that they are visiting, and then hotels are preferred mainly for their service. Airbnb, on the other hand, is not providing as many services as hotels. A Likert scale was used in order to understand on what level people prefer Airbnb over hotels. And you can see scale point 4 was voted maximum, that is out of 24 votes out of 82, followed by 21, that was 5. So scale point 4 and 5 were considered to be the majority here. And this shows that people in today's time are preferring more of Airbnb experience rather than established hotels. Last question was obviously on what is the major reason for this convenience. And 23 people selected freedom. It is quite obvious a hotel has some sort of commitment and complication if you especially compare it to an alternate accommodation business model like Airbnb. So 23 people have selected freedom, followed by 20 location. Airbnb again is at today's time located at the most remote areas that are there. The most least possible vote was given to personal preference, that is 6. Other than that, people have patronized this kind of an alternate accommodation mode as compared to others. I thank you very much for the time that has been given to me. And if there are any questions, I'd like to listen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sindanu. We are running short of time. That's why we are not putting any questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would humbly invite Mrs. Principal Ma'am Shada Ghosh to please join us on the stage and present the esteemed guests with a token of love and appreciation from the IHM Bhubaneswar family. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests, and the esteemed participants, we have now arrived at the valedictory session of the remarkable international conference. To kick off this session, we have the privilege to hear from our distinguished guest, Mr. Anshuman Rath, OAS, Officer on Special Duty, Divisional Manager, HS, Department of Tourism, Government of Orissa. I request him to please come up on stage. I request our dear Principal Madam to please felicitate him. Sir, if you could really come up on the dais and give some words of wisdom. Yes, yes.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed a privilege to be part of this international conference and Golden Jubilee celebrations of Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar. IHM Bhubaneswar is basically an institution which is actually, I would say, a sister concern of Odisha tourism, because we are working just like a family. So whatever obstacles we face or whatever challenges we come across, we always take the advice of IHM, especially Sharda ma'am, to cross over these challenges, and they have become an integral part of our Odisha tourism family. Not just because of the help they have accorded, but also because many distinguished alumni from this institution are holding important positions in Odisha Tourism Development Corporation today, and the success of OTDC is also a major role has been played by IHM in the success of OTDC, and maybe that is a cosmic connection. I would say that OTDC is also having its foundation day, 44th foundation day, which is going to be celebrated tomorrow. So we have worked always together. So speaking on the occasion, as you all know, Odisha, we call it India's best kept secret. During the time of COVID pandemic, when the tourism sector was the most badly affected sector, we actually got time to introspect and to think as to how we can unravel the secrets of the state which have been there since long. We have also come across many presentations in which it was showed that there are a number of tourism destinations and products in the state which have not come to the limelight. So because of this, we came across a number of ideas, like we started the Odisha by Road campaign. In the Odisha by Road campaign, we have curated a number of destinations, and we have connected them through routes. And after the COVID pandemic, you might have seen there has been a change in the taste of the travelers as well. People want to go on long drives, people want to stay in solitude in resorts rather than preferring to go to hotels. People want to stay in rural tourism resorts, people want to stay in homestays. So the tastes of people have changed, and we also have to adapt ourselves accordingly. So this Odisha by Road campaign we have curated, and as a matter of fact, I can say it very proudly that Odisha has one of the best road networks in the country. We have almost zero crime rate. Our law and order situation is extremely good. Played a major role in playing in the success of Odisha by Road campaign. Apart from that, we have done a major advertising campaigns in national as well as international media houses. we started the Eco Retreat, which is the luxury glamping event during this time of COVID, in which we have luxurious tents in 7 different locations of Odisha, which are Konark, Satkosia, Bhitarkanika. Normally, these locations you won't get access to go inside these core areas, but because of Eco Retreat, we are getting to stay in these luxurious tents. Odisha tourism, apart from that, has also focused on a major area in which IHM has played a major role, that is culinary tourism. If we speak of Odisha, people just say Rasagola and Chenapoda and Pakhala, but Odisha is not just about these 2-3 things, it is much more than that. Odisha is the land of Chappan Bhog, of Lord Sri Jagannath, and we take great pride, Odias take great pride in feeding people and cooking as well. So this culinary tourism, which we hadn't focused much, has now become the center point for people to come and try the different cuisines of different parts of the state. If you have heard about a desert called as Saraswatiya, it is practically found only in the areas of Sambalpur, and it is made from the lac of a particular tree. So whenever someone goes to Sambalpur, the Odia people will normally request him, if you are going to Sambalpur, bhai tame jaucho, tike Saraswatiya neiki asibo. So this has become a pull factor for people to go to certain places. Cuttack is very famous for dahi bara. Berhampur is very famous for the tiffin items, basically breakfast and the South Indian food like puri, upma and idli. So this has become a pull factor now for people to go and visit these places and try this cuisine. Puri people visit and make it a point that they have abada as well whenever they are visiting Puri. So the darshan is not complete until you have the abada, is what people feel. And this has actually contributed a lot in bringing direct as well as indirect employment in these areas. So whenever we are focusing on tourism, we are focusing on culinary tourism, and I think IHM has, we have an IHM alumnus with us who is actually the executive chef of Nimantran Restaurants, which is an Odia cuisine specialty restaurant which we have started. We have 2 different Nimantrans which are catering to people in Bhubaneswar and Puri, and one more Nimantran is also supposed to come up in Sambalpur very soon. Also, when we went on a number of road shows, recently we had 4 different road shows in different countries. We had road shows in Singapore, we had a road show in Vietnam, in Hanoi, we had a road show in Bangkok, we also had a road show in Dubai, where there is a lot of Odia diaspora who are staying there, and they have come up with this request to Odisha Tourism to open Nimantran chain of restaurants over there, because they feel that this is a soft power of the state. So if we have our Odia diaspora are the representatives of Odisha in that particular country, and I can say very proudly that when we went to Singapore, there are a number of students from World Skill Center, ma'am, who have gone to Singapore on a student exchange program to ITE Singapore, and His Excellency Ambassador of Singapore, he very proudly said that all the companies in which these students from Odisha are working, they have given extremely good feedback that they are very meticulous and very diligent, and that is what is taking the name of Odisha up, because they are working as the brand ambassadors of the state. In that way, I can also proudly say that Odisha has now come up to the next level when you say in terms of tourism, because among the 50 best locations which are in the world, 50 best locations to visit, it was recently published by the Time magazine, and there are 2 locations from India. One is Ladakh and the second one was Odisha, and specifically they had mentioned about Mayurbhanj, the Belgadia Palace, as well as the Odisha Walks, which is a heritage walk we have started by Odisha Tourism. So the world is taking note of Odisha, and this is actually the time for you, the students of IHM, the alumnus of IHM, and everyone who is associated with the tourism and travel industry to take Odisha to the next level. Because I would say that tourism and travel industry is not just about the government to take steps. It is actually more of a stakeholder in industry in which everyone has to participate, everyone has to think of themselves as one of the ambassadors of the tourism as well as of the state itself. If you are going to a beautiful place, you can see the concept of blogging has started a lot, social media influencers, blogging, and people are more impactful. The reach of these social media influencers has become more impactful, and I think it has almost come vis-a-vis with this mainstream media as well. So if you are going to a particular place, it is not particularly the responsibility of the government to do marketing of the place, it is also your responsibility. If there is a beautiful place in the vicinity of your native, or if you are visiting somewhere, if you can post some good pictures about that, so that is going to multiply and that is going to reach the world. Because I came across a very different thing today. Recently we had celebrated Pana Sankranti. It is actually on 14th of April in which we celebrate Pana Sankranti. So the culture of having Pana is slowly fading away, because every long back people used to have Pana on that particular day. That is actually the Odia New Year day. People used to make Pana at their homes, but now the culture was fading away. So OTDC thought that why not take pride in our own culture, and we hosted an event in which we had prepared Pana and it was distributed all over. And one of my relatives who stays in Chennai, she came across one social media reel and she sent it to me back saying that Bhaina, OTDC is doing very good work and I came across this. So whatever you do in the social media domain is going to multiply, and you have a major role to play. All the students of IHM have a major role to play in the coming years in the development of tourism in the state, and I'm really glad to have got the opportunity today to address you people, and I'm thankful to Sharda ma'am for having given me this opportunity. And let us work together. IHM and Odisha Tourism have always worked together, and let us work together more further and take Odisha tourism and our state to new heights. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. It is my privilege to invite Ms. Nilanjana Das, Assistant Lecturer, IHM Bhubaneswar, on the stage for the rapporteur note.
Good evening, all ladies and gentlemen present over here. I am honored to stand before you as a reporter for the International Conference on Rural Tourism and its significant impact on our communities, on economics and the environment. Over the past 2 days, we have had the privilege of hearing from experts, researchers, practitioners, and principals of different colleges who had shared their valuable insights and experiences in the field of rural tourism. As reporter, I would like to provide an overview of the key themes, discussions, and recommendations that have emerged during our conference. On day one, we have the privilege to hear from Ms. Srimoy Mishra, Mr. Acharya Panyaba Prapash, Mr. Rishi S. Puri about their experience on rural tourism and their impact on environment. We got valuable insights on development for promoting tourism department by Dr. Shitikant Mishra. Sustainable tourism seeks to protect and conserve natural resources such as forests, oceans, and wildlife. Professor has spoken about small and locally owned businesses, creating job opportunities and reducing income inequalities, and is means of fostering awareness of the importance of protecting the environment and respecting local culture. We have heard from Dr. Shiva Hamid, where she had highlighted about rural tourism. She had mentioned and focused on providing travelers with meaningful, authentic, and sustainable experiences in rural areas, while also contributing to the well-being of local communities and the preservation of rural heritage and natural environment. Mr. Sandeep Mukherjee had spoken about rural tourism and focused on hospitality industry as a whole. Rural tourism is a bargaining opportunity for the hospitality industry. He has spoken about the chance for economic growth, sustainability, and cultural preservation. He mentioned about rural tourism not only expands the industry's reach, but also fosters a deeper connection between travelers and the places they visit, creating lasting benefit for all the stakeholders involved. Dr. Saurabh Sinha had specified on rural tourism in relevance to tourism and hospitality education in India. He had spoken about incredible diversity, each offering distinct experiences in terms of culture, cuisine, art, and traditions. He has emphasized on sustainability, cultural sensitivity, community engagement, and specialized skills education institutions that can prepare students to contribute positively to the growth of rural tourism while preserving the culture and the natural heritage of these areas. We had a privilege to gain valuable insights from the panel discussion on the latest trends in rural tourism. And we are privileged to also hear from the panel members, Dr. Danish Iqbal, Dr. Rangshuman Chatterjee, Dr. Namita Vide, and Dr. Rishay Nashkar. Recent trends on the rural tourism are evolving rapidly. Rural tourism operators have been adopting eco-friendly practices such as renewable energy resources, waste reduction, and wildlife conservation to attract environmentally conscious tourists. Travelers seek opportunities to immerse themselves in the local culture by staying with the local families, participating in the traditional ceremonies, and learning about indigenous practices. We have also gained insight about the accommodations like the safari tents, tree houses, and yurns offer a blend of comfort and nature, attracting travelers who want a unique and comfortable outdoor experiences. We had a plenary session by Mr. Pratik Hira, Dr. Madhvi Sawant, Mr. Nishi Srivastava, Mr. Kamal Kant Pant on the topic packaging and promoting tours for promoting the rustic India. Mr. Hira has spoken about packaging and promoting tours that highlights rustic India's charm and authenticity, which requires a thoughtful blend of cultural immersions, sustainable practices, emerging marketing, and customer-centric approaches. Mr. Hira had shared his experience about his unique experience on beauty of rustic India. Dr. Madhvi Sawant had spoken about research and innovation in rural tourism. She mentioned research and innovation in the rural tourism are essential for promoting economic growth, preserving culture, and ensuring sustainable development in rural areas. She has spoken about changing tourism trends and the need for responsible and community-driven practices. Mr. Nishi Srivastava had given a very detailed insight about India, a gold mine for unearthing opportunities for rural tourism. He had spoken that India's rural landscape is a gold mine of opportunities for tourism entrepreneurs and enthusiasts alike. With its rich cultural heritage, diverse landscapes, and a growing emphasis on sustainability, rural tourism in India holds a promise of not only providing unique experiences to the travelers, but also contributing to the socio-economic development of rural communities. As the world seeks more authentic and sustainable travel experiences, India's rural areas are poised to shine on the global tourism stage. Mr. Kamal Kant Pant has shed light on startup and entrepreneurship, key factors for alternative accommodation. He has shared that launching a startup in the alternative accommodation sector can be rewarding, but it's essential to thoroughly plan and execute your business strategy to stand out in a competitive market. It is important to stay informed about industry trends and continuously innovate to meet the evolving needs of the travelers. And here, our day one of the conference has ended. And we have started the day two with a motivating lecture by Dr. Nimit Chaudhary on the topic Education and Life Project for promotion of rural tourism. He mentioned that education and the life projects play a pivotal role in the promotion of rural tourism. Through informed and empowered local communities, sustainable infrastructure development, and effective marketing strategies, rural tourism can unlock their tourism potential, leading to economic growth while preserving the essence of their culture and empowerment. Mr. Avikan Talukdar had covered the topic on Orissa forest, far from the madding crowds. He highlighted that the forests of Orissa provide a blissful retreat for those seeking a break from the hectic pace of the modern life. Whether you were interested in wildlife, adventure, or simple unwinding in the tranquil environment, these forests offer an idyllic escape far from the madding crowds. It is a place where you can immerse yourself in the nature's beauty and experience the enhancement of the wildlife. Dr. Ashok Kumar Panda had covered the topic on media and tourism. He specified that media and tourism are interconnected industries, with media playing a significant role in marketing, information assimilation, and image building for the tourist destinations. The evolving digital landscape and ethical considerations continue to shape this relationship, influencing how tourists plan their trips and how destinations promote themselves. We had a panel discussion by the principals of different colleges, Dr. Dhiman Banerjee, Dr. Bhupesh, Mr. Kalia, Mr. Pulak Mondal, and Mr. Orko Chakraborty. They have spoken about the local cuisine and their impact on the total hospitality industry. They have spoken about many local foods and local cuisine. They have spoken about Leti Choka, they have spoken about Chenapora, and which is really very incredible to understand and hear. That's all about the session that we had for the last 2 days. I hope you have all enjoyed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to request Mrs. Preeti Lata Acharya, Senior Lecturer, IHM Bhubaneswar, to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and participants, a very good evening. On behalf of Institute of Hotel Management, Bhubaneswar, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one of you for joining us at the International Conference on Rural Tourism and Alternative Accommodation, Perspectives and Challenges. This conference has been a remarkable journey, bringing together experts, scholars, practitioners, and enthusiasts from around the world to delve into the dynamic and evolving field of rural tourism and alternative accommodation. Over the past 2 days, we have witnessed insightful discussions, thought-provoking presentations, and the sharing of invaluable experiences and research findings. I would like to take this moment to express our sincere appreciation to our distinguished keynote speakers and session chairs who generously shared their expertise and guided our discussion. Your contributions have been instrumental in shaping and giving direction to this conference. Our deepest gratitude also goes to all the paper presenters. Your dedication to the research and your willingness to engage in constructive dialogue have been truly inspiring. The diversity of topics and perspectives showcased here has enriched our understanding of the challenges and opportunities in rural tourism and alternative accommodation. I would like to extend our thanks to the organizing committee whose tireless efforts in planning and executing this event have been nothing short of exceptional. Your attention to detail and commitment to excellence have made this conference a resounding success. We are also immensely grateful to Ministry of Tourism, Government of India, Ministry of Tourism, Government of Orissa, our sponsors and partners who have generously supported this conference, allowing us to provide a platform for meaningful discussion and knowledge exchange. Last, but certainly not the least, I would like to thank all the participants, whether you are attending in person or virtually, for your active participation, engaging questions, and insightful contributions. Your presence has made this conference a vibrant and enriching experience. As we wrap up this international conference on rural tourism and alternative accommodation, let us carry forward the knowledge and inspiration gained here to continue our collective efforts in advancing the field. Together, we can address the challenges and seize the opportunities that lie ahead in rural tourism and alternative accommodation. Thank you once again for your participation, and we look forward to seeing you at future events. Safe travel to those returning home, and may the spirit of this conference continue to inspire and guide our efforts in the realm of rural tourism and alternative accommodation. Thank you and goodbye.
I would like to kindly request Principal Ma'am to inaugurate the abstract. Now, with great privilege and honor, I'd warmly call upon Ms. Sharda Ghosh, ma'am, to please come up on the dais and conclude the session.
It's just a formality. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having patience and being with us for the last 2 days. We formally closed the 3 days international conference on rural tourism and alternative accommodation, perspectives and challenges. We also invite you for the 50 years of Golden Jubilee celebrations, which is going to be at the Institute 5:30 p.m. tomorrow. Goodbye.